Recording stopped.
Good afternoon.
Recording in
Welcome
progress.
to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission meeting being held virtually on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025. We have a few postponements this afternoon. The first one is 618 Lake Avenue LLC for a preliminary subdivision at that address. And the next, where am I now? Is the next two are TCS Realty LLC at 75 East Putnam Avenue. That's the Toyota dealership. For those of you who aren't familiar with the address, that is first for a zoning map amendment to rezone part of their property, and second for a final coastal site plan and special permit to update their site. And that is 75 East Putnam Avenue, Toyota, which was postponed. We have no other announcements this afternoon. And with that, we will begin with our first item. It's a discussion item. It's Michael James Mixer.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
do we need to announce that I'm going to cut out for a short while?
I'll announce it when we get to it.
Okay, fine.
Get tired of you sooner. You know how it goes.
Try it.
All right. Okay. So we will start again. Michael James Mixer for a pre-application review for the proposed demolition of an existing structure and construction of a two-family residence on an undersized lot on 22 Oxer Place in the R6 and coastal overlay zones. This lot is 5,488 square feet, where 7,500 would be normally required in the zone. And with that, for the applicant is Mr. Contadini, I assume. And Tracy, you're moving that person in?
Tracy, is that the representative?
Tracy is muted and thinking.
I'll look at the forms.
Yeah, I promoted him.
Okay.
There he comes.
Costantini, I'm so sorry.
No apologies necessary. There's a lot of vowels in there, and I apologize.
No, for some reason I went to Contadini. And Kurt Lowenstein is with you as well, sir?
Yes, he's our engineer.
All right, I'll promote him.
And I believe, I'm not sure if the client, Michael Mixer, is also on. He said he was going to join, but I'm not sure. I can't tell from here if he's a.
You should now be able to tell. There's Mr. Mixer seems okay. Somebody got him or not? No, I got him. Okay. All right.
You let me know when you're ready for me to begin.
What happened to Mr. Mixer? Oh, because it's Mike. He's disappeared. All right, we're going to give him another shot. Keep your hand up, okay? And just accept the promotion.
Madam Chair, I'll just take this moment as a public service announcement. If you want to speak and when the chair asks you to raise your hand, please press the button once and leave it. It'll say that your hand's raised. If you keep pressing it, you move up and down and you're a moving target and we're not able to promote you. So just trust the device that says your hand's up and we'll get to you.
This is a recent experience you've had. We normally do okay. Okay, Mr. Mixer, you can lower your hand now because you're in. Okay. All righty. You may now begin, Mr. Costantini.
Thank you very much. My name is Rick Costantini. I'm an attorney at the law firm of FLB Law in Westport, Connecticut. Here today with me is Kurt Lowenstein, our engineer, and the client, Michael Mixer. Mr. Mixer owns the property at 22 Oxer Place. The proposal here is there's obviously a pre-application, so we're looking to get your thoughts on the proposed project. The proposal is to raise the existing structure and construct a new two-family structure in its place. As the chair mentioned, the property is approximately 5,400 square feet, where 7,500 would be required in the R6 district. Makes it a pre-existing non-conforming site. The site is currently improved with a 2.5-story, roughly 1,100 square foot dwelling constructed prior to 1955. The property also contains a just south 380-ish square foot detached garage suitable for one vehicle, and it has a driveway providing ingress and egress into Henry Street. The current garage is located within the setback areas and is therefore not compliant with the regulations. We're requesting approval to demolish the existing structure and construct a new two-family structure with providing a new driveway onto Oxer Place. The new structure will contain 2 separate units, each with 2 bedrooms. The owner is proposing to remove the existing non-compliant garage. In its place, we've provided parking sufficient for 4 vehicles. However, we are requesting commission approval for tandem parking for one of the units. We're also proposing, with your permission, to park vehicles in the front setback since the property is severely limited in its size and maneuverability. I won't get into any more specifics. We have our engineer, Kurt Lowenstein, who can walk through some of those with you. And then obviously we're available for any and all questions.
Would the commission like to make any comments?
Maybe we can hear from the engineer first.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Kurt Lowenstein, for the record, professional engineer with Landtech. Our office is out of Westport. So if I can, Tracy, am I able to share my screen?
I believe so, yes.
Maggie,
should
he
be
has to be co-host.
All right, there we go. Yep, I think we're good now. Okay. So I just want to start with an aerial quickly. Okay, everybody can see that. Just for reference of what we have. So Henry Street is to the north of the property, and then Oxer Place is essentially to the east. For those of you that are familiar with the site, Henry Street is significantly higher in elevation than the property of 22 Oxer. 22 Oxer is really at the elevation of Oxer Place, which is, when we looked at the redevelopment of this property, why we elected to relocate the curb cut onto Oxer Place versus Henry Street. In addition to the fact that Henry Street is a much busier street than Oxer, and it's a lot safer coming out to Oxer. So this is our existing conditions now. As Rick mentioned, there is an existing structure there.
Okay, sorry.
Residence
Anyway,
that is zoned as a 2-family currently, and there is a detached garage. The detached garage, which we'll call Plan Southwest, is essentially on the property line in the corner. So it's in both setbacks. It's 0 on the side yard, which would be the lower property line. That is a side yard because we do have 2 fronts. And then on the rear side, we're less than 2 feet here. And as Rick said, we're looking to build a new 2-family, not changing the use or anything here, but trying to bring the lot more into conformance. So the existing garage will be raised. The driveway will be removed from the Henry Street side, that curb cut closed. And then the structure will be brought closer into conformance. It is a severely undersized lot, so functionally, we are slightly within the setback, which is, what kind of brings us in front of you today to get some initial feedback, and then relocating the curb cut to Oxer Place. I did have a conversation with the engineering division, who did run this preliminary past the highway division, and they didn't present any initial objection to relocating onto Oxer. We do have a fully compliant right-of-way here. So from a zoning perspective, we're not looking at any additional setback requirements. But really the necessity of the tandem parking here is that with the site now, there is only 1 parking space on site. Again, it is an existing 2-family. And to provide the 4 spaces that are required, we do need that maneuverability. I do have some diagrams, which is probably part of your packet, that shows some turning movements on how the cars would come out of the site. I'm happy to go through them, or otherwise I can stop here and we can kind of turn over to questions, however you would prefer, Madam Chair.
What would the commission like to do? We spent a lot of time talking about those turning movements, so should we go there?
Yes, go there.
Okey doke.
Okay. So we'll just run through them one by one.
Mm-hmm.
And we presented these as what the scenarios would be for each of the 4 cars trying to get out if the other cars are remaining in their spot. So there's 2 garages on the ground floor underneath of the units. So unit 1 and 2, they're side by side. So this first car to back out, again, leaving the other ones in their place, this is your turning movement. So you're backing out, and this is more of a traditional K-turn to get out of the property. The next is now the car in the garage on the northern unit is backing out. It's a multi-point, but it's still functional to get out. And I would mention that the turning movement program that's utilized to generate these diagrams is a very conservative program. There's a lot of constraints on how the cars can maneuver. The reality of it, you know, we know that you can make your way out of very tight spaces, but from a design standpoint, this is a conservative program. So no kind of crazy turn angles and things of that nature. Next is our car moving out of the garage. And because this is our tandem space, they'd be sharing the same unit. The car that would be parked here, if you all can see my cursor in front of that, since it's the same unit, they would be able to move their car out of the way to allow this car to back out.
So,
So we made it so that each unit would be independent of each other.
Okay, but the car that is on the side of the Henry Street unit can't do anything, can't get out if the tandem car is there, is what it looks like. Go forward again.
No, that's not. No, that's not what I'm saying. So
So
this is the car that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
This is your tandem car here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you
Yep.
can see my cursor, so I'll just
Yes, we
highlight
can
it
see
there.
your cursor.
Okay, so this is the tandem car. And if the other outside vehicle for the other unit that's on the Henry Street side needed to get out, it can get out while that car is parked there. And we didn't place the car in the most conservative position, or we placed it in a more conservative position. Essentially that car could be closer to the edge here. But we wanted to demonstrate that even if this car isn't, fully over on the edge of the curb line, this car could in fact get out. What I was referring to is these 2 cars that belong to the same unit, that when, in this scenario, when this car that's in the garage would be trying to get out, that tandem car would be able to move out of the way because it's their own unit. It'd be like if you had, your car blocking in your significant others or something along those lines. And then the last is just that tandem car making its way out. So those are the movements. We're demonstrating that it can work, but we're here for initial feedback from everyone. So please, by all means, happy to answer any questions.
Does the commission have any questions on the turning movements?
Yes. If we can take leave the screen up. From the property line on Oxford, I don't see a planting buffer for the required landscape in the front yard. Parking in the front yard requires a landscape screen. So about 2 feet as a minimum would be that buffer. That may impede the vehicle movements that you've actually generated by the computer. As I see it and look at the vehicle movements that were generated, I don't believe they're realistic whatsoever, which will actually probably lead to people not trying to park there, but trying to park on the street. Moving the cars in and out like this actually would be so inconvenient for the tenants there, as they really never happen. I do have a question about the garage and the existing driveway in the back, because that seems to be the real issue here. It's my understanding the garage and the driveway are to be removed, but that grade up above of 108 is to remain. Is that correct?
No, the retaining wall, there's an existing retaining wall. So again, this is a very preliminary plan. We haven't designed the full site design because there's various zoning aspects that we wanted to get in front of your commission before we get into the full design. So what would happen is the retaining wall that's along the Henry Street property line would be continued and then carry its way down this property, what would be the left property line as I'm displaying here, that would hold the 108 grade back, and then this area where the driveway is and the garage would be back down at the 102 elevation essentially. So it would be flush condition with the bulk of the site. Right now, this is the only area that's high because they were coming off of Henry Street for the access.
Okay, so that in case actually you'd have a similar grade as towards the front, and you could actually move the building back farther into the site.
We could, but then we would be encroaching upon that setback. I mean, that's certainly an option that we're not opposed to. You know,
You've blown
we're
the
seeking a
setbacks
variance
all over.
one way.
Yeah, you're gonna have.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We're not opposed to that by any means. We could certainly push the building further back to the left, to your point. Absolutely. That would not be a deal killer, so to speak, from
Okay.
this perspective. We were just
Uh,
trying to make the building as conforming as possible from
Right.
setbacks.
The other issue is that because you have the offset curb cut, this is why the calisthenics that these vehicle movements are presenting is the problem, because it's offset. It's offset and it's sitting on top of one of two catch basins for the street. That's a critical issue for the infrastructure in the area, specifically for Oxford. With the slope, everything drains to these two catch basins. That would be a significant concern to keep at the back of your mind, because actually I don't believe the Department of Public Works would want those compromised whatsoever.
I don't think we would compromise that catch basin
Your
by installing a curb cut there.
your curb cut's sitting right on top of it.
Right, but the catch basin would not be removed. It could remain functional.
Yeah, it's up to highway to figure that one out. The upper
Mr. McRae has
Yeah.
his doubts, sir, and that's what he's expressing to you.
the upper
And I can appreciate that, absolutely.
And he has the background, so.
the upper right-hand corner of the view we have here, that corner, Henry Street and where the sidewalk comes down. Are you proposing retaining wall in that area, or are you going to leave the slope as it exists?
I mean, we were intending to leave the slope as it is. That is within the right of way, so it's not our
No,
our
on
property,
your
but if there-
on your property, the 102, it's about 102, I guess, runs through there. It's
Oh,
sloping up towards
this walk here.
that walk, but the area adjacent to that walk, is there a retaining wall holding that back to be flat, or are you keeping the grade as is?
This walk is being removed, but the grade, you know, there may be some regrading in here. You know, the 102 may be brought back slightly, but I don't know that we would need a new retaining wall in that area.
Okay, and the front door to the for unit 2 is in the back of the building?
No, it's a secondary door. The main door is through the front porch here.
And that's for both units?
No. The
Yeah.
floor plan shows a different entrance for the other unit. I remember it.
Oh, you're
So-
talking about this
Yeah.
entrance here.
The other
Oh,
unit.
apologies.
has-
I thought you were talking the one to
Okay,
the
Yeah,
so
yeah,
the front
That's correct,
door
yes.
to unit 2 is on the
This
side.
is the front door.
Yes,
That's correct. Right here.
Okay,
nice.
okay. Okay, now I think the other last issue is that I'm sure the existing building at one time had a porch that had been enclosed. Had you looked at the streetscape in terms of the architecture? Each one of the buildings is smaller, has a porch on the front. Is any of that considered at all in the design?
I can't speak to that. That would be a better question for the architect. Certainly, you know, we can get that answer for you, but I wouldn't be able to tell you one way or the other what consideration he took.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. LaRoe, would you like to jump ahead of Mr. Wells? The town planner
I
has
do not
that
need-
privilege.
I don't need to, no.
Okie dokie,
You
Mr.
go
Wells.
first.
Yeah, one comment and then a question. The comment is, actually, if you could go back to the previous slide, is you're gonna put screening in there and you're gonna be backing out. I have concerns on the safety aspect of it because you've got a house across the street, you've got deliveries and things going on. I don't think backing out onto a street is the safest way to go, particularly if you're going to have screening in there, which you will. You could comment on that, and then I have a follow-up question. Okay, no
Sure.
comment.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is a dead end road, so from a safety concern, backing out onto a street is certainly not ideal. The inverse could be that they could back into the site and then they would be pulling out. But being that this is a dead end street, I think this is a much safer condition than would be if the site was left as remains and folks were trying to back their way out onto Henry Street. That's a much trickier
What do you mean by as
maneuver to make.
remains? What do you mean by as remains?
If there was no redevelopment of the property and it was left as remains, it's a two-family residence now. There's only one garage with one parking. Folks would need to back out onto Henry Street, which is without a doubt a much busier road, and you have two-way traffic to contend with. This is a dead-end road of Oxer Place,
Right, but the
so presumably
situation,
much less traffic.
but the situation, Mr. Wells, I'm just going to step over you for a sec, but the situation that exists is is an existing nonconformity, whereas we're expressing to you what would happen, discomfort with what would happen potentially with new development where we are supposed to reduce the nonconformity or the non-workability of the site. Go ahead, Mr. Wells.
Yeah, and then the final comment is, in your narrative, it describes the existing building as 1,156 single-family dwelling. Now, several times you've mentioned that the existing building is two-family. 1,100 square feet seems kind of small to jam two families in, but which is it? Single family, two family now?
Rick, do you want to take
Yeah,
that, or do you want me to?
The field card has it listed as a duplex. I mean, when I prepared the applicant statement, I had listed as a single family. That was my understanding, but the town field card lists the property as zoned as two family, lists it as a duplex currently.
So are there two families occupying it or one?
I don't believe that there are two families occupying it.
Yeah, well, I'd say they'd be in pretty tight quarters, 550 square feet both, but anyway, okay. Thank you.
Mr. LaRoe.
But if I could address one thing, Mr. Wells, before we move on from the safety or from the backing out perspective, I don't think moving the curb cut over to Oxer in this application would present a safety issue. I don't agree with that characterization. That's a dead end road. There's not two ways of traffic coming at you. I think cars could very easily back out onto this road in a safe manner. And that's just my opinion, but I understand you may have a difference of opinion.
Okay, and then you've given me an opening. I'm just going to change the subject a bit, but have you considered just going with a single family redevelopment here, and knock out all the nonconformities, obviously except the undersized lot? I mean, you're pushing the envelope here, I think, in terms of working with an undersized lot and putting in, relatively large two-family home. Now you're able to, it's zoned for it. I agree with that, but
Well,
how many exceptions do you want?
but they have to go to the ZBA for variances, and what we're saying is you've got an undersized lot, the parking is work to maneuver, and you're going to have to go to the ZBA for variances. Is this the best proposal that you could put forward?
And I'll just speak to that quickly. We fully understand we have to go to the ZBA for variance approval for the setbacks and whatnot, but we filed the pre-app because we wanted to hear before we did not file the ZBA application. And the reason being is that we wanted to get before you first to hear your thoughts on this project, its workability, and if you could provide, all your comments are obviously helpful for our purposes of whether or not, what path forward makes sense. So that's why we're here today.
Thank you. Mr. LaRoe, or is that, or are you ready?
Mary, if Mrs. Jenkins wants to go, that's fine.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, one of my comments was going to be, obviously you have to go for a variance because of the setback being non-conforming. But I have a question about the sidewalk at the end of Oxer Place. That's a public sidewalk, is that correct? You're
Yes,
taking part of this.
presumably it's within the town right away.
Yeah, okay. So it goes in front of your property, so you're going to be crossing that sidewalk to get onto the roadway. Is there any sort of visibility issue with the remaining sidewalk that then takes kind of a jag to the right? Would someone on that sidewalk be
Visibility
able to
from
see
the,
it? Would someone on that sidewalk be able to see someone backing out in their direction?
yeah, I would think so.
Okay. So
We're not there, even the screening buffer would not be, 8-foot tall trees. There would be, a screening buffer, but you would be able to see cars. And we'd be maintaining that sidewalk as well. We're not planning to remove it.
Okay. The only reason I ask is I live on a dead-end street, so I'm aware of the fact that pedestrian visibility sometimes, even on a dead end, at the end of a dead-end street, can be an issue. And the screening has to be sufficient to be screening for parking purposes and yet not be so overwhelming that it creates a pedestrian issue.
Agreed.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Mr. LaRoe?
Sorry, there was a other comment about the tax card. Just for the record, the tax card is not the official certificate of occupancy. So if you haven't done that yet, I would strongly recommend you check the last CO for the building.
Your CO stands.
Because that will be the.
We did.
Okay.
Okay.
We did do a search with the building department, and there was a CO issued for a 2-family. I don't remember, as we're here today, the exact date of that CO, but we did confirm that early on, because that was a similar concern that I had, was that the tax card says one thing and maybe it wasn't CO'd for the other.
The drawing you have up here, there's in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a tree on the line, edge of pavement line there. Is the intention to keep that tree or remove it?
This one here,
Yes.
lost my mouse here. There we go. The 15-inch maple here.
Yes.
It would be intended to be taken down for the construction of the driveway.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else from the commission? Alrighty, why don't we, before we do a wrap, we're going to go to public comment. We have 4 people with their hands up. And the first person is Mr. Tim Judge. And we're going to, Mr. Judge, if you...
Excuse me.
Yes.
I just want to say, this is a pre-app, right? We're going to try to allot.
No, we knew yesterday, yes and no, because we knew yesterday we did have a lot of public comment on this. So we're gonna ask.
Got it. Okay. Got it. All right.
Okay.
Sorry.
So for those of you who are commenting, thank you, Mr. Lowe, for reminding me. We would like you to keep your comments short. 3 minutes would be optimal. And Mr. LaRoe will be keeping an eye on you, and he will send the hook. Mr. Judge, I don't know what happened. It was a yes, and then it was a no. We'll just, okay, Mr. Judge, if you would just go ahead and speak. Mr. Judge? You're unmuted, so we should be able to hear you, and I'm not hearing you. Okay, Mr. Judge, while you work, your microphone may be turned off on your computer. If you could find where your microphone is on your screen and try to turn it up And in the meantime, I'm going to go to the next person, who is Andrea. And Andrea, if you would go ahead. Mr. Judge, you have just muted yourself. So just go to your screen and see if you can turn on your mic. Andrea?
I believe I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, and I can see Mr. Judge now, so hopefully when he's ready, his microphone will work. Andrea, go ahead.
Well, thank you for your time and your opportunity on this matter. I appreciate all of the comments and the concerns on building on this piece of property. I am the homeowner directly across the street from it at 21 Oxford Place. And one of the first thing that stood out to me on, I believe it was diagram 3, Mr. Lowenstein's explanation of the tandem parking. It seems that when that car does pull out, if it ever pulls out that way, it does pull directly into my property and my driveway. So that is a great concern. One of the bigger concerns that I have, there's a few points that you mentioned. That drain that is there is very, very important. I've seen and know that my neighbors do have sump pumps and things like that because their houses do flood. We have had water in basements and things like that. I'm very concerned about the intrusion on that. And also, I think this idea, this notion that we are a dead-end street, and so it is easy to come and go from that dead-end street, is pretty, if you live on that dead-end street, excuse me, no disrespect, but it's ludicrous. You literally have out of 9 homes, there are 4 that are multifamily homes, mine being one of them. I have a single car garage that is a very old, small single car garage with a very small driveway that is like almost catty cornered. It's near impossible for me to get out of my driveway safely, especially when I back out. If there is no room at the end of that dead end, I am forced to most likely pull into my neighbor's driveway to then head out of the driveway, or I am forced to back all the way up the road, which I've had to do on occasions. So this is not a dead-end street where nothing happens. We have multiple cars that over the years that I've owned and been lucky enough to live there have figured out a way that everybody fits, and we're pretty careful about it. The other huge concern that I have is that this driveway, if it were put on Oxford Place, literally cuts across that sidewalk that Ms. Jenkins mentioned. And that sidewalk is attached to the hill that goes up to Henry Street. And it is used constantly all day long by school children that go to and from Western, that get off at the bus or they get on the bus at the corner, and there's stops along the way. There are seniors with their dogs. There are children at play all the time. I've watched kids grow up on that street that have gone from first steps to training wheels to 2-wheelers to cars. And that's how that street, and it's not just our street, it's the neighborhood. So what I'm asking, and these are some of my concerns, and everybody else can fill those, and I would say those are my top 3. Also, that the building is much larger than it is what they're. And I also believe that, you know, the Judge family that lived there before was one family in that home. They converted it back to a 1 family, and they lived there for like 20 years. So I'm not sure if that's precedence.
Oh, thank you very much. It's still zone 2 family, but thank you very much for your comments. Ariana Capicelli, you are next. Oh, no, actually, I take it back. Why don't I make Mr. Judges? Let's try you again and see if you can do it.
Good afternoon.
Perfect.
All right. Yes, I'm Mr. Judge. I am the owner of that property. I have a claim of equitable lien filed in January and uncontested from this year. I was illegally ejected in 2022. I am still waiting for a trial for my ejectment. I still claim and have proved that I own that property. It has gone undisputed, and there has been no answer to the eviction that I suffered November of 2022. I lived there with my family from 2003 until the illegal ejectment, and I had appeals going for the foreclosure, and 3 times they tried to eject my family, and then they did it with police assistance. But I've made claims, which I have forwarded. I don't know how late they were, but to Patrick, that on file with the town, there is a claim of equitable lien. There, I also filed paperwork with Wendy about the blight of the property because the property has never been occupied by Michael Mixer. It is overgrown, run down.
Wendy works in the first selectman's office, and
Yes.
that's to whom he's referring. Go ahead.
Yes, and she took the request that this be cited for blight and for neglect on that property. And I want to claim that I'm going to take it back and restore it to the beautiful place that I lived for many almost decades. So with that, I submitted pictures. I'm sorry that you guys went through all this today, but I don't think that anything should be entertained when there's quite a strong possibility that I'll be getting the property back when I win my case, which is on for trial in Stanford Court.
Thank you very much, sir. Those matters don't pertain to zoning. All that we look for is that the person who filed the application was legally entitled to represent the property. And
well, if you checked, I don't
as
mean to interrupt,
again-
but if it was checked in town hall, it's been registered since January that I'm the owner.
Okay, well, we will, but it's not within the zoning scope. So as it falls out,
Understood.
they will, if Patrick is able to verify that the filing is appropriate, then we would proceed, and otherwise we would not. But thank you very much for your comments. And we will now go to Ariane Apicelli.
Hi, there's actually several of us here at Scott Sargent's house. We all live here at on Oxford Place. I live at 12 Oxford. The Romains are here and Scott's here.
Yeah, I'm at 11 in Oxford Place.
Okay, if you could turn on your screen, but that's fine. We've got you. Go ahead and give us your comments. We'll give you a couple extra minutes or whatever.
Yeah, I'd just like to quickly say Andrea covered almost all the bases, but we live across, and if the drains are compromised out there at all, we already have flooding issues all the time. But the biggest thing that's never been mentioned is all the parking of the cars that are on this road already. And the way that the drawings of these cars trying to get out of this driveway is ridiculous. They're never going to get out there because the cars are parked literally on both sides of the street, both sides all the way down. And it's just going to create absolute havoc out here with more cars that will park on that street from that house. And also where the driveway is, there's the telephone pole with the power on it too. And the street light and all kinds of other things, and the drains. So I'm not sure why, we get the pleasure of having the driveway down to us. We prefer it up to Henry Street. And that's about what.
I would also say that pedestrian path, if you look at the drawings that are proposed, you're cutting into the pedestrian path that not just Oxford Place uses, but this entire neighborhood. And if cars are pulling in and out of that, school children would not be able to see down onto the dead end. That is a concern. This street is 28 feet wide. So if anybody is pulling in and out, it is not a visible way to do it if you're backing out the way that you guys have proposed doing this. It is a narrow dead end that slopes down. Where you're putting the curb cuts in would take away our catch basin on that one side. We all have sub pumps in. A lot of us have put French drains in because of flooding. I can show you in my house. I can show you in our next door neighbors' houses. So these are all things. I know that the town of Greenwich changed laws to make neighborhoods more livable, to stop things like overcrowding, so that we could have streetscapes and neighborhoods and not have all of this. I encourage all of you to come here, come to Oxford Place, do a site visit, look at the size of that lot, look at the size of our street, look at it. It's a dead end. It's not a de facto cul-de-sac. It is not. You cannot turn around in our dead end. When FedEx comes down here, they literally back out. You will hear the beeping for miles. So I'm just saying it. When the laws were changed, they were changed for a reason. We want to keep the neighborhood feeling for all the kids that are being raised here, for all the kids that were raised here and that are going to continue to be raised here, for the community that we all live in. Mr. Mixer doesn't live here. That's all I'm saying. and we want to keep it going this way. That's Mr. Romain's lived here his whole life. Mr. Sargent's lived here his whole life. Andrea, who spoke earlier, has lived here her whole life. Like, this is part of this neighborhood and the fabric of Greenwich as a community. That's what this is really about for this neighborhood right here.
Just no room for the cars, man. The biggest thing.
Make it one family.
Yeah.
Thank
one
you.
family.
Okay, thank you very much. Perfectly timed, folks. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, okay, now that we've heard the public comment, Mr. Costantini, do you want to add anything before we give you some input?
No, not at all. I mean, this
Okay.
is obviously not a full application. We're here before you to get your thoughts and feedback on the application. So I don't have anything else to offer. We'd love to hear your input.
Okay, so generally, what you heard were a lot of concerns from the commission, you know, parking in the front yard, the lack of screening capability in the front yard, issues with the maneuverability of the parking spaces and the ease of use. Mr. McRae raised the question about that drain. That seems to be a concern in the neighborhood. We've also heard some issues about how little parking there is available on the street itself, and that you're going to need some variances. Ms. Jenkins or Mr. Wells both asked you if you had considered other options. I believe you both did, right? If you had considered other options. And I would again encourage you, is this the best plan you can come up with, given all the constraints? That's my wrap up. Anybody else want to throw something in from the commission? Where's trusty Mr. McRae when I need him? You need anything else on that?
No, I think actually we kind of covered it. It seems
Okay.
there's lots of work to do. Really a good,
So,
thorough
yeah.
review of the whole thing again.
Would suggest, you know, you're not hearing an enthusiastic endorsement, and we do try to move some of these two families forward if we can. This is a lot of crowding on a lot that is very undersized, and we try to work with them, but this seems like a challenge. So we leave you with work to do.
Thank you very much for your time. And again, I didn't say this at the outset, but thank you very much for taking us at the beginning of the agenda. We
Oh,
did a
sure.
conflict later in the afternoon, so later this evening. So I do.
Wow, you
appreciate
got
it.
us fresh. That can be a negative too.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. All right, I got one more. All right, okay, so we're gonna make up some time here, right? Not really. All right, our next step, our next application is Connecticut Land Holdings Inc. to request, is a request to extend the Mylar filing period for an additional 90 days on a property at 106 Glenville Road in the RA1 zone, and Mr. Hegney will be representing. And Mr. Hegney, if you would go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commission members. As you've indicated, Tom Hegney for the applicant. This is a request for a 90-day extension to record the Mylar on the land records. This was approved by the Commission in June. Mr. DeAndrea and I are putting what we need to put together to provide to the staff. And I want to make sure we have enough time to do that before we run out of time to record. So that's what prompts our request for this 90-day extension.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? Guess not. Anybody from the public wish to speak? Sheila's iPad, are you speaking about 106 Glenville?
I am.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
And also I have Roger Knoop, who is from Save-A-Tree and has been an arborist in Connecticut for 45 years. And I had been having some other tree problems here. And when Save-A-Tree came out here, they started explaining to me what is going to happen to all the trees on my property that are only 5 feet from the stone wall. And the trees, a lot of them are hickories that were planted in a grove. And now, with the plan that's in place and the landscaping plan that they're trying to come to a final conclusion on, I could possibly lose up to 10 trees because they are so close to the stone wall and the property line that the compaction of the soil with all the work they're going to be doing and with the matching tree, which some of them are like twin trees and one half is on my property and one half is on Glenville. If they start ripping up within that 20 feet, they're going to be disturbing the roots and everything else of the trees that I have. And originally, when I met with Mr. Heckney, like 8 months ago, 9 months ago now, their idea was they'll build a berm, and the berm will provide some shelter between me and the McMansion going up. In fact, the berm will cause more damage to my property because of the soils being brought in and the compaction. And the reason I'm speaking today is I didn't realize I needed to be like have an entire defense ready, really. But Save a Tree's consultant, a man named Matt Weibel, is coming out to do a survey on Monday, and we'll have a full report on Tracy's desk by Wednesday. And in making your judgments on this final landscaping plan, I just am throwing myself at your mercy. And, you know, the tree you save may be the one providing you oxygen one day. And
so
at this moment on the landscape plan, for them
Yes,
to
ma'am.
draw one line of leave this as open space costs nobody anything. As a matter of fact, it costs 106 Glenville a whole lot less because they were going to be building a berm and planting and all of that, and like give me 20 feet of open space that is left untouched with the fence up all during construction so no one goes over that land. I will give back the berm any day because I'm going to lose trees because of the construction and paving and utilities that are going to happen. I'm sitting here and I don't know how much you can see this behind me, but everything green behind me will be gone.
We can't see you, ma'am, but let me just
Oh.
interrupt for a second. As I remember, we discussed the berm and we discussed the landscaping plan in some depth when we had the
Yes.
hearing. And at the time, you thought the berm would be okay. But in our letter of decision, we say that the landscaping plan has to be agreed to by the planning and zoning office, by the planning director who is sitting here. And he is able to ensure that your trees are protected and that the landscaping plan functions. I'm going to let him speak, ask him to speak if he's willing. He has his hand up. Patrick, would you go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheila, I'm sorry, I don't think for the record you identified where you live. I think we probably remember where you are, but do you mind?
I live at 23 Stillman.
But it's next door, as I remember.
Right.
Yes, I am really the most adjacent neighbor to where all of the construction is going to happen and where all the ground is going to be scraped.
So to
before
that-
Patrick starts, the planting plan has two pieces to it. The final planting plan is to be reviewed and signed off by the Planning and Zoning Department, that's Patrick, and the Environmental Affairs staff. And the reason Environmental Affairs has to sign off is that wetlands is a piece of that. And they have part of the planting that is being required is because of the wetlands requirement. If Patrick finds that there's something in the land, that there's a change he can make to the landscape plan that works better, he has got the authority to do that. We have given him the authority for that. So Patrick, would you now finally go ahead? Sorry.
I don't have much more to add to that. That is exactly what I was going to say, is that the plans will be required. We will review them with the staff and other professionals that we have at our disposal related to tree conditions and tree safety. And if you have any reporting that you would like to provide, we welcome it, and we will provide it to the applicant as well, and we will try to integrate what we can. With the applicant's help, but also if we have to instruct things, we will do so. But it's not a final landscaping plan yet. So
we're hearing you, the extension of the Mylar, what they're before us now, buys the additional 90 days for Patrick and everybody to keep talking, because Patrick has the authority. What's before us is only them extending the paperwork for 90 days. We can't step in at this point and revise the site plan or the landscape plan, but we've given Patrick that authority. And Mr. Hegney was very clear when he was before us the last time, when he was originally before us, that we were asking for that. So just letting you know that we will handle, all you've got to do is talk to Patrick.
Excellent. Thank you
Okay?
so
Thank you very much. Roger Knoop, are you here to speak? Hold on a second. Are you here also to speak about 106 Glenville?
Madam Chair, he's the tree expert that.
Okay, well, I think we don't really need to hear from him at this point, because we're gonna have you take care of it. And you've heard the concerns. As I recall the dialogue, and I'm sure Mr. Hegney recalls this too, we had a lot of dialogue about whether the berm helped or didn't help. And Sheila was at the time looking for the trade-off between screening and her trees. So your call, Patrick, but the decision letter gives you the full authority. And I'm sure Mr. Hegney agrees with that.
Actually, I do not.
Well, it says here that the final planting plan is to be reviewed and signed off by the Planning and Zoning Department Environmental Affairs staff. It does say the demarcation of the open space parcel. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's the plan, the first sentence in that line is the planting plan shall be revised to reflect the revised configuration of the proposed open space parcel. This is where the commission didn't want the open space to be divided. And so we added it all to the open space that runs along Glenville Road. So that's the planting plan that we're going to present to you. The planting plan that is near Ms. Kaufman's property is one that we developed a year ago after she hired Joe Rizzoli and Mario Coppola and Matt Pop. And they came up with a plan that our landscape architect prepared, and we signed a letter agreement, which is recorded on the land record, which includes this map, providing for all of the landscaping along the property. So there's proper screening between both houses, and it's signed by all the parties, including Ms. Kaufman. And it says she shall not object to any further subdivision or site plan applications or approvals.
Right.
And so
and I recall
we did this
in this
last year. We went through this.
Yes, I realized, Mr. Hegney.
And we resolved all these issues, and it can't just keep going on like this.
Okay, Mr. Hegney, and I realize you're short of patience on this, and I do recall that at the time we went back and forth, that Ms. Kaufman's concern is the same as today, that she was going back and forth about this issue with the berm and whether it was a positive or a negative. I would again suggest that since this first sentence does give authority, since this point one does give authority to Pat for the landscape plan, and that we're very specifically for the final, that she's very specifically concerned about the berm, that even though she has signed this document, that Pat speak with her and see if some comment of hers can be integrated. I know this was a back and forth. I very clearly remember there was frustration the last time we did this, but I think this has caused anxiety for the neighbor, and I think Patrick may be able to ease it as he did. One of the issues is very straightforward. Ms. Kaufman has always gotten mixed input on the berm. My sense is the berm is a plus for her, and that she is now having doubts, which she also had the last time, but that Patrick and our staff can address what those concerns are and put her mind at ease that the berm should work on her behalf, which is what we decided the last time. So what I'm asking you is to take a deep breath and be patient and trust in our town planner that he can look at what has been proposed. It's not about the open space and it's not about the wetlands. I'm only hearing the berm.
Yeah, but what is being
I get it.
submitted to the staff for review is the planting plan for the revised configuration of the
I get it.
proposed open space parcel X, which is not anywhere near Ms. Kaufman's property. That's the only thing that we have to submit to you. It's not the landscaping near her property, which is part of a signed agreement, which is recorded on the land records and has a
Right.
planting plan associated with it.
Right. But I don't see why we can't try to address the neighbors' concerns, the residents' concerns about the berm once again. It has bothered her off and on, and I believe that staff can address her concerns. It's all we can do. You don't want to
I
go
think
forward
that's
in a
more
negative.
than you are obligated or can do, frankly.
The letter, as it is written, gives Mr. LaRoe, and it does not say this is what's interesting about it. In point 2, it just says the final planting plan is to be reviewed and signed off by the planning and zoning department, and it's not specific.
Yes, it is. The first sentence there is the
Says
planting
it's gonna
plan shall
be
be
of the-
revised to reflect the revised configuration of proposed open space parcel X. That's the planting plan, not what we attached to the agreement that Ms. Kaufman signed back in
Mr.
December of
Hegney,
last year.
I think you're complicating life for yourself by taking this approach. Unless Patrick disagrees with me, I think that trying to find something that is more, that he can explain the berm, because we looked at it very carefully the last time and we thought it worked. Patrick, I wanted you to come in because I'm kind of dumping this on you.
Well, no, it's fine, Madam Chair. It was assigned to us at the decision time. So Mr. Hegney, I believe, is saying that the open space is the area of the planting. I believe the decision reflected the no build easement as well. But if his opinion is that that's not part of that condition, we'll have to talk about it. And again, I believe these applications, when they come in for development, will be before staff. If they want commission, if we want to revert it to the commission, I have the authority to do that, and we can certainly talk about it when.
There you go. I would make the problem go away now, Mr. Hegney, is my sense. Always diplomacy is always a better path.
I will just add to that. I think it's important to identify what the concern is. I understand Ms. Kaufman's concerns generally, but she was talking about very specific items, and those need to be corroborated. And so if anything that we get, we'd like to take under advisement, and we should get that sooner than later.
Okay. Now, I don't think there's any other public comment. Does anybody have any comments on the application to extend the Mylar itself? No.
No.
Okay. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? No. Therefore, this application is closed. And I would move the following. In regard to Connecticut Land Holdings LLC's request to extend the Mylar filing period for an additional 90 days in accordance with section 6279 of the Greenwich subdivision regulations for a final subdivision of one parcel into 3 parcels on an 8.17 acre property located at 106 Glenville Road in the RA1 zone. The applicant has indicated the 90-day extension of time is necessary to meet the commission's conditions. Prepare and file the required Mylar of the subdivision plan with the record sheet on the Greenwich Land Records. The extension would extend the filing period deadline to January 5th, 2026 from the original date of October 7th, 2025. Therefore, I hereby move approval of this 90-day extension for the filing of the Mylar, along with the continuation of all conditions of the original approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we move on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See you later.
You're not doing the next one?
That would be
No,
later.
I'm that's true. No, I'm
Okay.
doing number 4.
And where number 4 is where we are.
I thought, oh, number 3 is also continued?
Yeah.
Then yes, I am next.
It will not continue. It was postponed. We've not opened it. And so with that, we go to application number 4, Mead Point LLC for a final coastal site plan for proposed modifications to a previously approved final site plan and special permit, including relocation of the visitor staff parking area, the addition of a child play area, site organization adjustments, and landscaping and lighting changes on an 8.0593 acre property located at 618 Indian Field Road in the RA2 and coastal overlay zones. Before we start, I'd like
Actually, I am not handling this. This is being handled by Carmody Torrance.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had
I thought that had been continued. That's what confused.
Bye. Where's Carmody Torrance? I just got rid of Hegney.
Lisa Feinberg would be the representative.
All right. All right. And we saw her yesterday. All right. She was probably yelling at Tom. Okay. While we're waiting for Ms. Feinberg to unmute. Hello, Ms. Feinberg. For those of you who were getting ready for the meeting and may have missed it, we received conservation's comments at 3:30 this afternoon. They are 8 pages long. And it's a memo from Beth Evans. So we're going to have to try to play catch up. I've only gotten through part of them.
I didn't read it.
And where are they?
They're in your email. There's an email from Jackie.
Bianca.
From Bianca.
Okay.
That is at 3:32 p.m. in the 618 Indian Field conservation comments, and they're 8 pages long. And the memo is written by Beth Evans, which she's the department head, which is not normal. So I think that indicates some importance being given to this by conservation. Okay, Ms. Feinberg. So with that, were you able to see the memo?
I was able to see the memo, and I share with you that the first 3 pages are new, and then the rest of it is from earlier in the process, which I'd love to walk you all through if you would give me the opportunity.
All righty. So why don't you go ahead?
Absolutely. May I go ahead and share my screen? There's my screen share.
Should be working now, Lisa.
Okay. You all see that?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, for the record, my name is Lisa Feinberg. I'm a partner with Carmody Torrance Sandvik and Hennessy. My office is in Stamford. With me today is my colleague, Dan Chappell, and we're both here on behalf of the applicant and owner of 618 Indian Field Road, Mead Point LLC, who's represented here today by Dave Kniesel. As you know, we are here requesting your approval of proposed modifications to the previously approved coastal site plan for the property. I'd like to start off by just saying that we were present for your briefing yesterday and heard every word. We understand that you have significant concerns about the site, and we need to take a step back before we can talk about moving forward. Unlike all of you, I'm relatively new to this project, as are several members of the team, and we weren't involved during the initial approval process. I think it's important for you to know that since getting involved at the end of last year, I've spent a good amount of time with your P&Z and conservation staff to better understand the history and to try to navigate a path forward so that this homeowner can ultimately move into his home. I know there is a lot of frustration with how the project has progressed, but I can't undo what was already done. What I can do is try to make it right. I don't want to speak for anyone, but I hope your staff would agree that we have acknowledged the mistakes that were made and have tried to be responsive. We have always given them access to the site when requested. I myself have joined them for, I believe, 3, maybe 4 site visits. We've delivered any additional information that's been requested and will continue to do that. That said, I know it has been some time since this matter has been formally before all of you, so I thought it'd be helpful to kind of walk you through how we got there.
Ma'am, one of the points that the conservation director makes, the director of environmental affairs makes in her comments, and I've gone through them only very quickly. One of the points she makes is that there's a lack of clarity in this new, hold on a second, this restoration plan dated April 3rd. It's not clear how that pertains to what has been removed, what is being removed, that there's, I forget where she's got. It is unclear how many of the additional 106 trees proposed to be removed have already been removed from the site, and it is unclear if the current proposal is to remove an additional 22 trees included in that number. This should be clarified in order to properly evaluate the revised landscape plan. And then she also says, there was another place where she says that it's just not clear what has and what hasn't been removed. So I think some sort of progression where you can show environmental affairs and P&Z, the department, how this has worked would be helpful. We did walk the site. Dennis, how many times did we walk it?
I've walked it twice. I don't know about everyone else.
I think we walked it at least once as a commission. And we're very conscious of the sensitivity of it. And we're concerned that the environmental affairs director, who I'm concerned, I don't want to speak for the rest of the commission, I'm concerned by how many times she's unclear, because she is not, if you've ever met her, she is not an unclear person. She usually gets her facts straight. The first request I would have of you is, could you guys address these issues she's raised?
Yes, I have every intention to do so, and I have had the opportunity to meet with Beth and speak with Beth and walk the site with Beth several times. I believe her question related to the tree removal relates to an interim conversation that took place. And again, this is before I got involved, but an interim conversation that took place with Mr. Hegney and the commission, where the applicant and homeowner was considering removing additional trees and came to you all to discuss that. That plan was never implemented and has been significantly rolled back, which is the proposal before you. However, there were trees removed without permission of the commission or the town, and the owner and the development team has taken responsibility for that. I do not have an accurate number for that. I just, there's no information for me
I
to
thought
even.
they did a tree inventory when they started.
I don't have a tree inventory. What I can tell you is that we, as Beth notes in her memo, there was a stop work order issued in when was that? Is that no? What? Let me find the date.
So does March.
You may be right. There was a stop work order issued. Work obviously stopped, and that, you know, caught the attention, as it was meant to, of the team. And that's when I really got involved in working with staff and engaging Matt Pop to come up with a restoration plan. At that time, we, you know, put forth what we felt was a reasonable proposal. We also provided a $250,000 surety to the town to ensure compliance. And I can show you all that plan. This is the plan that was ultimately adopted and implemented. All of those plantings have been put in place and are growing. I was on the site last week with everybody. And the town still holds, I think, about $128,000, again, as a surety to ensure continued compliance. So it was my understanding that that agreement, if you will, sort of got us back to baseline. The way that I understood we were approaching this was, you know, I originally engaged Pat and Bianca and Tracy about modifications to the site, and they said, well, we're not talking about any additional tree removals. We're not talking about any additional changes before, you know, you get into compliance. And so we sort of bifurcated the situation and addressed.
I know I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but Beth writes, Ms. Evans writes, however, it is noted that the restoration plan was prepared using the approved site plan as a base and therefore did not reflect the proposed additional tree removal, grading, and layout changes shown on the March 24 plans or the recently submitted plans dated June 13. Now, when someone with her credentials is confused by what is before them, we haven't given all the info. There needs to be more information.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I have every intention of addressing all of Mrs. Evans' concerns. What I'm telling you is that I don't believe the March 2024 plan was ever implemented or moved on. So I understand the confusion, but that was never a formal application. That's my understanding. And Mr. Leroux, please jump in if I'm misspeaking.
And so let me go on, and then I got to let some of the commissioners interrupt you. So on the topography, the applicant's attorney, that's you, said in April 25 that any changes in topography are temporary and that the property will be returned to the approved conditions prior to the issue of the CO. However, says Ms. Evans, based on review of the submitted plans, it is clear that the intent of the application is to retain the existing grades in order to achieve the improvements and modifications shown on the proposed site plan. So Ms. Evans isn't clear you're going back to the original approval, even though you had understood that that was the direction it was going in. And I'm not pinning it on you because I know you came in late to the process and you're trying to patch this up. But she's seeing that the changes in topography are not temporary.
Yes, I saw that comment as well, and it's something that I need to address with her. I'm not sure what she's seeing. And so I agree with you. It needs to be addressed.
Okay, so what I'm going to suggest to you is that we pour our hearts out and tell you everything we think is wrong and missing. And I know you're going to hear about the lighting from us, because we heard about it yesterday in the briefing. There were a lot of concerns about the impact of the lighting and what that means environmentally. And if we could just leave you with that, I believe is mostly the commission. I don't want to deprive you guys of the opportunity to have Ms. Feinberg refresh your memories, but is that something we need at the moment, or do you think we could just give the feedback on what we would look for when she returns?
I have a view.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
It,
View.
it seems that we're all of us are missing data here, including the attorney for the applicant. We surfaced a series of concerns yesterday. This arguably disturbing missive from Ms. Evans, I haven't read, so I'm not kind of familiar with it. I kind of feel like we need to go back to square one here and talk about clarity. Right now, we're being asked to jump in and respond to things almost on the spot, and we're getting explanations from the applicant about certain issues, and everybody seems to be new. And well, why don't we let everybody catch up, and then let's talk about this. That would be my view.
It's kind of what I'm suggesting. So could we?
But let's not regurgitate. Do we have to go through?
Yes, because for the public, because it's not in the public record, our comments aren't in the public record. What we said in the briefing yesterday are questions that are being raised. Now we're in the hearing. So we got to make the comments part of the public record. This is still the regular part of the meeting, but nevertheless, should we stop the screen share for a sec?
You can go to gallery view.
Okay, so I think we're saying there's data missing, and we're fully recognizing, and I hope, if it sounds like we're beating you up, that you also don't have all the data, Ms. Feinberg, that you've come into this application and some of the things that you've represented, you're missing data that you said. There's the key sentence on the lighting plan in Ms. Evans' memo is that it fails to understand the environmental sensitivity of the site, full stop. So all the additional lighting that is being proposed to get on that path does not, and this was a major concern. So we would tell you right up front that, and she has comments, artificial lighting near tidal marshes is detrimental to animals. It disrupts their natural day-night cycle. I mean, you've read all this. We commented on it yesterday. We also get comments when we get these applications about the lighting intrusion across the water as well. So what I'm going to do, if it's okay with you, Ms. Feinberg, is I'm going to ask the commission to give you their take and their comments on what they'd be looking for on the return. And also, as you heard, we pretty much want to go on another sidewalk. But I think that when we do that, we need to have some data about what's gone and what's coming in, because there's this comment that's made somewhere, it's represented that many of the trees were diseased. Well, Ms. Evans says, they would have been fine if somebody had taken care of them. So what's been removed and what's really diseased and what could just be protected. I'm going to turn this over. The commission's got their hands up, and I'm going to let them go if you agree with that process. And then just have you come back when yeah. Okay. So Mr. Lowe.
I'll defer since I kind of interrupted everybody. I was looking to short circuit this, but I appreciate the importance of setting the record. And so I'll cede my time. I am sure that Mary and Dennis and Noel will cover. If they don't cover it, I'll come back. So
okay, all right.
Thank you,
Madam Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a few quick minutes to read Beth Evans' letter. I am particularly concerned about the environmental effects. The lighting is covering basically the entire property, so there is no dark area. And there seem to be a lot of light fixtures, and I have no idea, the lumens may be fine, but there haven't been any lumens there before. So we're dealing with a situation where everything is changing the environmental situation of that land. And it's so critical because because of its location and because of its environmental sensitivity. I was also particularly struck by Ms. Evans' mention of the safety fence, which was, as she puts it, an 8-foot deer fence, an 8-foot deer fence. So to the extent that there is a fence around this property, you are basically saying you're not going to have any wildlife. Is that really necessary? And I think Ms. Evans does a very good job of saying you protect the play area, you protect the pool, you protect the great landscaping around the structure. But the rest of it, the whole point of having a location like this is to protect it from an environmental point of view, not to wall it off. The minute I saw 8-foot fence, I went, is it really necessary for purposes of enjoying the property that you put lights on every square inch and then you put an 8-foot fence around it? I'm also very concerned about the lack of a tree inventory. We obviously had information at the time that it was approved. I wasn't on the commission at the time, but we had information then, and we don't even know kind of whether that information was accurate because we have no idea of what's been removed or proposed since then. We've got a moving target in terms of tree protection and tree restoration. So the environmental aspects of this are very concerning for me.
Okay.
That's all I had.
All righty, Mr. Yeski.
Okay, I still go back to, I really think at the time of the site visit, they need to come in with, okay, here's the plan you approved. Here's the things that we agreed with staff. And then here are the things that were done. And here's what we'd like to do. There's a lot of these details. And I'll tell you why I'm really concerned. I was involved, I think you too were involved in the original division of this. This is a waterfront property.
Ms. Feinberg was not. The counsel for this was Mr. Hagney.
No, I understand that, but we were.
Yeah, oh, yeah, we were here.
This is a very unique site. We were worried about the development. We made that clear. When they came through this, we spent a lot of time on it, and now they're not adhering to it. And I now learn that they also own the other lot there. So long term, I have a concern about implementation and enforcement. We rely a lot on applicants to do what they say they're going to do, and they haven't in this case. So we could go on, but I really think the best way to handle this is come to us with, we have the original plan, come to us with staff approved. I guess that's where I don't see what staff approved. And then tell us what actually happened. And then we go do the site visit and then tell us what you want to do at this point in time. And, I think we're all saying the same thing, that it's very, you can tick off items you're concerned about, but that's nice. But they've heard it. I asked yesterday if they were on the briefing. They've heard it. Now, I understand you want to have the public hear all this again, but I think we're going to hear it again when we hear the next hearing on this particular application.
Right. Madam, is that it, Mr. Yeski?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just want to make the legal record, even though it's not the public hearing. Madam Jones.
I really echo very strongly what Mary said. I mean, the fence, and I noticed that Ms. Evans really kind of, I think, addressed the concerns that we were going around about the fact that it is all around the property and it is an impediment to the wildlife that has been there, as well as sort of the lighting. And I do agree, as Mr. McRae said and Mr. Yeski said, is that having some information and record, especially when there have been so many issues with this, of kind of understanding where we've been and how and where we need to go from this is important. Thank you.
Mr. McRae.
Yes, Ms. Feinberg, can you bring your presentation back up again, please? I think one of the things that we talked about yesterday, and actually you provided a little bit, was literally a kind of before and after. What's changed? It seems page 9, we're looking at the staff parking and that change from the original approval in May of 22 to today. As I look at that plan, there seems to be an awful lot of landscape change as well.
Yep.
I see the hardscape, I see the parking lot, that's great. Okay, the next one, page 10, I see how the, the area around the pool, the play area, that's actually good because actually even here you can see how much more impervious surface there is around the pool. The terraces seem to have gotten bigger. The pool seems to have gotten a little bit bigger. The play area. On page 7, that's the landscape plan. And I guess it's revised June of this year. This is probably going to be the drawing that really needs the before and after. Talking about a safety fence, it's a orange line that goes around the perimeter, 6 foot, but it doesn't state exactly what it is on this drawing. And then there's a blue line that says a black vinyl covered chain link deer fence. When you say chain link to me, it's not a deer fence, it's a stay out fence. And then there's this hedge that I don't believe was on the original plan that runs the perimeter of the site from almost the driveway all the way around the causeway there in the tidal lake back to the house. Those are the kind of things. What happened when we saw it in May, and here we are years later in June, what's really changed? Because I think there's so much happening on this site. We really need to get a good grasp of this because we want to make sure that actually everything still conforms and that the applicant hasn't gone beyond what the approval is. You were talking about, it is what it is. We're here to actually figure this out, but things may have to be undone.
Exactly.
Because I think what I'm seeing here is that the applicant may have stepped over the approval a lot, but I can't tell for sure. And we really need to actually clarify that in a format that we can see apples to apples comparison. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McRae. Mr. Wells?
Also, tree removal plan. I think actually one of the most critical things for the design team to look at is what's existing on their drawings today and what the approval drawings represented back then. Because I'm looking at a tree removal plan here from the original, and that was part of the landscape plan, that's very defined.
Right.
And I think actually taking that as the basis of, there it is, this is what was approved. And then updating to show, yes, we took these trees down plus these trees.
And Nick, I have a memory that there was some kind of tree inventory because they talked about how a lot of the trees were very small because of how heavily grown the area was, and they weren't able to get big, et cetera, but that they had done a tree inventory and had marked some for removal. I thought they had done one. Now I know it's the approvals a while back, but that was my memory.
Mm-hmm.
So just saying, and you seem to have the same idea that we looked at it.
Yeah, and the landscape plan is nowhere near developed as the one that's being presented today. There's no hedge around the path.
Mm-hmm.
There's no landscaping around restoration around the path. It was all seemed to me that you had a construction envelope that would need to be remediated with the landscape, but there wasn't going to be all of this new along the pathway and the causeway around it.
Right. And did you want to add anything to the lighting comments?
I think actually Ms. Evans actually nailed it on the head. It's you've got lighting everywhere. We'll be able to see this. It'll become a navigational beacon. I have a path that goes through a natural area along the coast that's overlit. I have downlights in trees to areas that are recreational areas, but they're downlights. And I think actually to keep this in the natural setting that we had discussed originally back, I guess in 22. We're way beyond this. This is a whole big estate where every square inch almost is lit.
So one of the things that I had been thinking about is that when we reviewed the landscape plan, we reviewed it in the context of this is a large structure that's going in there in a very sensitive area, and the landscape plan as proposed should mitigate or minimize the environmental impact in a sensitive area. And what is being proposed, e.g. the lighting, has gone in the other direction.
Right.
And so
I think
conversation,
the
Patrick,
basis of that
was to me our special permit review on the entire application was based on us understanding that how the landscaping would work would mitigate the impact and take into consideration the sensitivity of the environment. So I'm wondering if our special permit approval is valid at this point, given that we based it on what was proposed to us. That's
I think that-
really the
yeah,
question.
Mr. Yeski, I think I brought up the point of there had been 2 parcels here,
Yes,
and the development was limited to 1 parcel. Now I'm seeing development actually spreading to both parcels.
Mhm.
Okay, and you know, even though it's one ownership, that's fine. But we exceeded what the approval was
Mhm.
By a lot, it seems.
Okay, Mr. Wells?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think this is basically a whole new application because, as I recall, the previous one, there was no mention of lighting or even work around the perimeter there, around the tidal pool. So we're really starting from scratch here. Unfortunately, construction has already started.
Well, the construction, the building itself
Yeah.
hasn't changed from what I understand. But where I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Wells, is our special permit approval was based on the landscaping plan and what the landscaping plan did to mitigate the impact. And so, and if you look at our special permit standards, that's what we were considering. And therefore, and Patrick, I'm really asking you this question, is our special permit approval valid? Given the fact that what we considered in doing it is not being kept.
Well, I mean, the special permit was before you because of the volume of the building, and that building
Right.
hasn't
And
changed.
right, but the
But your
volume of the
mitigation-
building has not changed, but the impact, the environmental impact but what we approved the special permit on the basis of the volume of this building, if we apply the special permit standards and you go to 617.5, you all know what it says, and I'm scrolling. You know, preserves I'm there. Preserve and enhance important open space and other features of the natural environment and protect against deterioration of the quality of the environment and support environmental sustainability. So we approve a special permit on the basis that this 150,000 square foot structure plus 150 is going to, because of its landscape plan and how it's laid out, is going to be consistent with the special permit standards. Now, number 5 in our special permit standards is kind of blown out of the water unless they come in with a very good restoration plan. But if they don't, that's not within the scope of our special permit approval. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm saying, I said
you
this
got to the
was,
conclusion, but so
I know
yes,
the volume hasn't changed, but the environmental impact, 617.5 D5 has
maybe you
changed.
can't see me, so I'll take down the screen share. Sorry.
Yeah, please.
I've been
Thank you.
trying to talk. Sorry.
I could
Okay.
see you and I could hear you, but go ahead.
Do you want me to respond or no? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, respond because it's an issue.
Right.
For me.
So I will just say generally the special permit standards, the reason for it coming here is the opening of the door, and then the decision the commission made is the result of it. Generally, special permits are to mitigate neighborhood offsite, you know, the what the people from the outside would be seeing into the site. And then there, as you mentioned, there is environmental concerns here. In other applications, we would be absent the coastal area management or the CAM considerations the commission has to make, which we have here. And I believe those are as strong, if not stronger, than the special permit standards. And those environmental concerns that you're talking about, I think, can be addressed and should be addressed by the commission in the application as a coastal app. As you know, it doesn't preclude the commission from addressing those things, is what I'm saying.
No, I agree with you that we can address all the topics. I totally got that. Where I'm disagreeing is that the special permit decision was based on factors that have been removed by the applicant.
Well, again, if
And
the applicant,
therefore, unless the applicant fully restores us back to what their original proposal was, they have removed the basis on which we approved the special permit. And so I'm asking a legal question. They have changed the basis on which we did the special permit.
Well,
So
I- we-
I
we
get
will
that we
be-
have the power to fix the environmental issues, but I'm more concerned about what the applicant has done to the special permit. Do you see what I'm saying?
my non-legal opinion, because I'm not a lawyer, is that if the
All
applicant is
those days of the
unable to
Holiday Inn gone to waste.
meet, if the applicant is not able to meet the commission's decision, that is a different
Okay.
answer. But we can get a
So-
legal opinion, and
so-
or if Lisa wants to, Ms. Feinberg wants to give.
No, I would let her, because I think the key, Patrick, sorry, I got really high on my horse about this last night, but I think the key, Ms. Feinberg, here is somehow or other what you bring into us when you come back has to satisfy the considerations we made with the original special permit. Yes, we have the powers to address environmental issues under CAM, but the issue is, are you still satisfying, are you still meeting the basis on which this application was originally granted a special permit? Or have you changed the underlying landscaping so significantly that it no longer meets 617D5? That's my question. And with that, you don't have to answer now. I'm just throwing it out there because I said, wait, this has changed too much. I'm going to go to Mr. Wells to see. I'll stop talking and let Mr. Wells talk.
Thank you. So I want to bring up a separate issue which came up with the first approval, and that was the bridge. We understood yesterday that the decision on the bridge would be, deferred till the certificate of occupancy was approved. However, we just received the court ruling that the applicant's gone ahead. Obviously, they're right, and appealed our decision and gotten approval to not be required to remove the bridge. My reading of the court decision was it was narrowly based on the fact that the bridge was unrelated to the construction of the main house, and therefore was being brought in inadvertently. I would like to propose, or maybe get legal advice on, now that we've got this landscape plan, things are happening on both sides of the bridge. There's going to be downlighting proposed, which highlights the bridge. That this proposed modification, or I would almost say new application, definitely is pertinent to the bridge, and we should bring that up in our discussions and considerations. But the quickest way, Madam Chair, would be to maybe consult with Town Council to see if she agrees with that assessment. I only got it at 2 p.m., so it was a quick read. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lowe, sorry.
Yeah. At the risk of repeating things over and over again, I'm going to probably repeat some things. Our staff narrative highlights many of the concerns. Not all of these have been mentioned, or perhaps the nuances associated with them have not been articulated directly. But we were concerned about the disturbance in the areas, all areas that were supposed to be avoided, to minimize the negative impacts on the existing vegetation and coastal resources, including trees. There's vegetation and trees have been removed seemingly sort of wildly outside the scope of what was approved. That's really disturbing. If you're not getting that message, please get it in spades. No one is happy about what seems to have been done, and we need greater clarity on exactly what has been done and how that compares to what was approved. We're still missing. Do we have, does the landscape plan in general meet the vegetative buffer requirements? What about the protection of these archaeological deposits? When we still have not received, I don't believe, the Deeps report. Is that correct?
Well, on the On
Yeah.
Deep's report, it's just whether that we're dealing with the issue of the 5-acre disturbance, right?
Right,
Patrick?
right. So, and the drainage structures, this expanded driveway, and how that's going to impact these coastal resources. I just, I mean, I think we can, we can sit here and repeat everything over and over again. I just hope the applicant gets it.
No, I
Thank
think
you.
Miss Feinberg definitely got it. She said she really understood and she knew that, she had listened to the briefing before we were as expressive. Mr. McRae.
Actually, I think this is something Mr. Wells had brought up, actually, the stop work order, and it's under construction. I'm actually looking at a photo that shows the new pool configuration, the slab for the pool house, actually completed. Ms. Feinberg, there's a stop work order, and that was issued by the building department?
The stop work order has been lifted.
Has been lifted.
Correct. Based on the restoration plan that was approved with staff and the $250,000 that was provided to the town.
Okay. That's an interesting thing because it seems like there's been a lot of wholesale change to the site plan, and now we're just getting it. It would seem to me I'd be more comfortable if nothing was going on out there until we get this sorted out, but that's a discussion with staff, I think. Thank you.
I think there were two issues, Nick, and one of them was a wetlands issue. Patrick, is that correct?
There is a inland wetland near the driveway, but there's also the decision, the coastal impact, excuse me, that we're taking under consideration. Again, the plan, as Ms. Feinberg pointed out, and as staff has listed in the decision, was grossly out of compliance with the decision the commission made. We did issue the stop work order. The building department acknowledged it and revoked it. They did some work to gain the permission to continue work on the building, and we thought it was appropriate at that time to do that. But again, the reason why they are here is for the changes in the plan, as Mr. McRae pointed out, and the pool is absolutely one of them. So.
Okay. I think we've heard from the commission, probably Ms. Feinberg. I'm so sorry because I don't think it was a very pleasant experience, and I think you took the brunt of it, even though you're new to this whole application. Would you be all right if we check for public comment at this time?
Sure.
All right. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 618 Indian Field Road? 618 Indian Field Road. Does anybody from the public wish to speak? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So I guess we kind of vented and we're done. Patrick, did you want to answer?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't get to make my final point. First of all, to Mr. Wells' point, I apologize that yesterday I had totally forgotten in January of 2024 that we had lost on that condition. So apologies for steering you in the wrong way yesterday at the work session. And I agree with Mr. Wells also that the site work now, with the pathway and the lighting and everything else, I think it does come back into play. But I will point out that the state does believe that bridge was properly permitted, and we have a number of memos back and forth that support that. So again, if the bridge itself is not part of the work change, I think that matter is going to stay where it is at right now. But again, all the other site work above mean high water, I think is new and does need to get looked at.
And also doesn't obviate the need for signage indicating, the public trust that's available to the public.
Yeah, that is a point that the state has not been very directive about, whether they've suggested it and then they've sort of not indicated what the solution should be. So we'll keep working to get some clarity on it, especially as we're working right now in the current situation.
Okay.
Good. Do you want to wrap now that we're done? Do you want to wrap? Sorry.
Okay, I can try.
There's a lot of passion.
I understand. I do want to correct one thing that hopefully will make people feel a little bit better. The safety fence is not 8 feet, it's 4 feet. And to the extent that there's some sort of notation saying otherwise, clearly I need to address that with Mrs. Evans. She's going to be one of my very first calls. And I assure you that we intend to, conform to whatever she feels like we need to conform to. That has been the goal. As I noted at the beginning, the second part of her memo was from prior to the restoration plan, and the restoration plan was in response to those concerns. So it was my hope and my understanding that we had gotten back to sort of square one in that regard. But again, I will speak to her about that. I did plan to walk you all through kind of what had taken place from 2022, the restoration plan, and today. So I can do that at a later date, but I do think it may have answered some of those questions. And then lastly, I'll say that we welcome a site visit from you all. I think it would be tremendously helpful. I think that when you get out there, I hope that when you get out there, you will see that the site has in no regard been clear cut. There is still tremendous amount of foliage on the site, and I want to find a path forward, I guess is the last.
And we understand that it's just this was a difficult application for us just because of the sensitivity of this piece of land that had never been developed, and the wildlife and all the resources, the natural resources there. And it was just, I think it was a shock. We had not been aware of the violations and that they were being worked on until we saw the agenda. And so it was a shock to us that after all that consideration. So there it is. So we'll see you when we have plenty of time, right?
So would the site walk be scheduled sort of outside of today, or how does that work?
We will we'll get availability, and then we'll share it with Lisa, with you, Lisa, and your team, and you'll let us know what works.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and so yes, Patrick will get our availabilities and then he'll reach out. You have this as a must decide with a maximum by, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. Okay, so this is a must decide. You have this as 9/25 at the moment with an extension available. I would consider extending it now. Just because I'm not sure we're going to get everything done, but I mean, that's for you and Patrick to right now. We've got time, but I'm just not sure that we'll get everything done by the 25th.
Is it possible for us to continue it to the next meeting and then meet to correspond with Patrick? I just want to make sure I talk to my team.
Well, the question is, do you think you can get everything answered by the next meeting?
I don't know. And so if I could do that offline,
talk to Patrick, and you do it offline, and
Well, yeah, so we'll have to make some decisions tomorrow about it, but that's fine. It's all about notice and nothing about anything else right now. So
right, so it's just really a question of, do you want to continue to the next meeting, or do you want to run it out further because you need to get Ms. Evans and the environmental affairs people on board?
Actually,
plus
sorry, I'll take that back. Sorry, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
You have the open items with environmental affairs in, plus the unknown about the deep permit. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, so I forgot that this was not a public hearing item. So as a regular meeting item, Friday afternoon is when the agenda is posted for the next meeting. So we could talk up until then.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. All right. I can't remove her.
Oh, she's a co-host still.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Oh, and who's doing Dublin? Mr. DeAndrea? No,
It's Mr. Hagney. Yeah.
Madam Chair, can I just
away
say,
you go.
I'm not going yet, but if you want to assign somebody else to this,
Yes, why don't I
if you
just,
believe it will go beyond 12 minutes, then you probably should do so.
August 5th was Jenkins Jones. So Madam Jones, that would be you. Ms. Jones, you would be seated on this.
And if you're
All
still
right.
going strong at roughly 7:30, I'll be back.
Okay, well, I don't think we might be eating dinner. We'll text you when we go to dinner.
That's okay. I can figure that out.
Well, we can still tell you. So on this application, then Ms. Jones will just be seated until take it over from Mr. Lowe. Okay, so our next application is number 5, 42 Dublin LLC, Brett and Allison Markinson and Susan S. Mirza, for a final subdivision for a proposed lot line revision between 2 existing parcels to transfer 0.7525 acres from 42 Dublin Hill Drive to 36 Dublin Hill Drive. The parcels are located at 36 and 42 Dublin Hill in the RA2 zone. Mr. Hegney, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicants. As you indicated, these are 2 parcels in the RA2 zone. They are in excess of the 2-acre minimum with the 0.75 exchange between one and the other. The 36 Dublin Hill becomes 4.7 and 42 Dublin Hill becomes 3.5. 42 is a vacant parcel. And 36 already has a house on it. And this is to provide essentially a buffer between any development that would occur on 42 for 36. And we submitted the deed history going back to the 20s. And we're not creating a new lot. We're not providing anything other than what is there now. We do have approval from the health department for the septic, which transferring this property does not impact where that septic system would go. And there's no issue with engineering or conservation. We would ask for your approval as not a subdivision or re-subdivision.
Thank you, Mr.
Rather than an approval of a lot line revision, which would require the adoption of another regulation, which I could dust off the one I submitted about 20 years ago, but there doesn't seem to be much of an appetite for that.
We do okay, right? Thank you, Mr. Hegney. Does anybody on the commission have any comments on this application? Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application regarding a lot line revision between 42 Dublin Hill and 36 Dublin Hill Drive? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Oh. Does anyone object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed, and I will put forward a motion. In regard to 42 Dublin Hill LLC, Brett and Allison Markinson and Susan S. Mirza, for a final subdivision for a proposed lot line revision between 2 existing parcels to transfer 0.7525 acres from 42 Dublin Hill Drive to 36 Dublin Hill Drive in the RA2 zones. Whereas the proposed change in the common lot line would bring 36 Dublin Hill Drive to 4.7025 acres from the present 3.95 acres. 42 Dublin Hill Drive would be reduced to 3.5867 acres from 4.3392 acres currently. Whereas on 9/28/85, DPW engineering advised the lot line revision was acceptable. Whereas conservation issued comments dated 8/28/25, noting no comments on the lot line revision. However, if future development is proposed at either property, conservation should be consulted again due to the proximity of wetlands and potential site disruption. Whereas the health department issued comments dated 8/18/25, noting previous approval of a septic system for 42 Dublin Hill Drive, which has been partially installed, and for 36 Dublin Hill Drive, having 2 septic systems and would be gaining from the lot line revision. Whereas the IWWA issued a green sheet sign-off dated 7/14/25, noting no action required for the proposed lot line revision. and that there is a contract between 36 and 42 Dublin Hill Drive to install and maintain plantings. Whereas the ZEO issued comments dated 8/28/25, noting both properties would remain conforming after the transfer. Whereas the applicant provided a deed history for 36 Dublin Hill Drive dating to 1926, and the deed history for 42 Dublin Hill Drive also dating to 1926, as required by our regulations. These lots were part of a subdivision in 1928, as shown on map 1286. They were held in common ownership until 1960. 42 Dublin Hill Drive transferred ownership in 1961. Whereas the commission finds the proposed revision of the lot line as a result of the conveyance of land constitutes neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision as defined in the Greenwich subdivision regulations. Whereas based on the above finding, the commission further notes an additional open space parcel is not required. Therefore, be it resolved, this application to revise the lot line between 36 and 42 Dublin Hill Drive is hereby approved with the following conditions. The applicant should provide floor area calculations to demonstrate each lot will remain conforming with respect to FAR if this area is conveyed to 36 Dublin Hill Drive. The property at 42 Dublin Hill is currently vacant, but the conveyance would result in a reduced maximum FAR for the property. A Mylar shall be filed on the Greenwich land records and include the additional notes, any additional notes from DPW engineering, as well as the standard notes for subdivision maps. Any other outstanding staff and departmental comments shall be addressed. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Yeski? You're unmuted.
Looks like he's frozen on my end.
I'm here.
Right.
Oh, there
Okay.
it goes.
Repeat it again.
You want me to read the whole motion again?
No, you're asking for me, right? Aye.
Yeah.
I approve.
Aye. I was like, no, I don't want to read the whole motion.
Yes,
Mr. Wells
Aye.
and Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we move on to the public hearing.
Thank you. I
Here
will
is
see you
Mr.
later.
Bazili. I tried to get him in before.
I think he's coming over now.
All right. Okay. Mr. McRae.
Yes, before we get into the next application, it's 36 West End, correct?
Yes, it is.
Mr. LaRose said something at a briefing yesterday that I'd like him to repeat. I think that it was a discussion of the difference between tidal flooding and drainage.
So nothing to do with the application, but maybe we should put it into the application.
Yeah, because I think there's a
Hold on, let's open that because we're in
Yeah.
the public hearing, and then we'll, as soon as we've opened that and started, then go ahead and clarify your point, because I think that a letter from the public came in again this afternoon on the exact same point, and I think it's very good that you're raising it. Our next application, and this is in the public hearing, Presbyterian Church of Old Greenwich doing business as Live Hope Community Church, application for a final coastal site plan and special permit to consolidate the lots known as 30 West End Avenue and 38 West End Avenue in order to expand the parking lot and to construct two dwellings, one being a new manse single-family house for the pastor, and the other being a 3-car garage with a 2-bedroom apartment for the associate pastor, where the total volume of all structures on the consolidated property will exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 1.134 acre parcel located at 30 West End Avenue and on a 2.08 acre property located at 38 West End Avenue in the R12 coastal overlay zones and flood hazard overlay zones. With that, Mr. Tessie, before we proceed, Mr. McRae would like to clarify something for the record that Mr. LaRoe mentioned yesterday about flooding and types of flooding. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
So the discussion we had, we were talking about drainage, which for development needs to conform to the town drainage manual. Every drop of rain actually needs to be accounted for in some kind of thing to be retained on the property to stem and mitigate flooding from a drainage runoff. So that's been submitted. is being reviewed. But conversely, particularly this site and the adjacent sites are subject to tidal flooding, which has nothing to do with drainage. When the water at high tide comes up during a bad storm, things will flood. And I think we really kind of need to keep that in the back of our mind here when it comes to discussion of flooding. The drainage mitigates the flooding from the rain and the water on the site, but has nothing to do with the tidal flooding because that's coming from a different direction and inundates all the properties. Hope that's clear. Thank you.
Anything that you want to add to that, Mr. Leroux?
No, I mean, I think Mr. McRae summarized
all.
it well.
Okay.
They're just two separate issues and they get commonly lumped together. And
Yes.
it's important that we distinguish the difference.
And we also had a lot of conversation about when Echo Pond and Echo Lane flooded, and conversations with environmental affairs. People kept wanting us to do something about the pond, and we kept saying it's really not the question. Mr. Tessie, we have a little trouble seeing you.
Yeah, I noticed that. I don't know
You have
why.
lights in that office, or you can't afford them? There you go.
Well, all right.
All right. So with that,
Okay.
Mr. Tessie, if you would like to
Yeah,
start
I'll
out.
get closer. Thank you.
Yeah.
For the record, John Tessie, as you noted, representing the applicant in this matter, which is the Presbyterian Church of Old Greenwich, using the name Living Hope Community Church. I have with me this evening Matthew Pop, our landscape architect and environmental consultant, as well as Mr. DeAndrea should be here, still here, I hope. And Mr. Pecora, who's the owner's project manager and representative. Also, we do have some representatives of the church itself. And so I did listen to the staff briefing yesterday.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Tessie. Mr. DeAndrea, could you raise your hand again? There's two. Oh, you got the right one in. Okay, go ahead. There were two DeAndreas in the meeting. All right. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Tessie.
Your new lighting director, I guess.
Yeah.
So as you had noted, Madam Chair, the application is for the construction of 2 new dwelling units, together with one of which would be over a new garage being proposed on the east side of the property, together with an expansion of the parking lot that is located on the southwest portion of the property. There is no program here in terms of adding, it's unlike a country club, if you will. It's not a matter of adding congregants. The thought with regard to the parking lot was to provide further on-site parking for the members of the church during services, which has the effect of lessening impact on specifically South End Court and other residential streets during the times when the services are taking place. Specifically, we're increasing the number of parking spaces from 70 regular spaces up to 96. So there's about 26 additional parking spaces plus additional handicap spaces that are being proposed solely for that purpose. Again, we look at it as a community benefit in terms of taking away parking uses on South End Court to the degree that they're used now during services. And so far as the 2 dwellings are concerned that's being proposed, there has been an application submitted, as you know, to the Architecture Review Committee. It was one that went through a few meetings. I didn't attend those. Mr. Pecora did. But at the end of the day, the Architecture Review Committee approve the final plans that have been submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a few additional comments. Now, one comment that's been bandied about is this idea that there's possibly a master plan or some type of planning for future buildings on the property, whether residences or not. And I think that was something that was just a misconstruing of what Mr. Pecora during the ARC hearings was trying to explain, but it was in the context of possibly in the future, and the future's a long time, well, at least for some of us, some of you.
Not many in this room, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, let's just all keep going. I'll try to lead the way as far as I can. But the point was, sometime in the future, if it ever had to, if you have to raise the buildings and rebuild, he was concerned with one of the comments from the Architecture Review Committee to push back the buildings farther into the site. And that was where that came up. There is no, I'll use the word agenda, but no plan whatsoever to do further work on the property in terms of construction at all. It's never been discussed. This project is not going to be cheap for a relatively small church. So the thoughts of doing anything more are just not something that, as I said, have ever risen to speak, if you will. It's just not something that's ever been discussed internally at the church. So I was trying to put that to bed. I think some of the members felt, well, if there is a master plan, please disclose it. And this is for now the master plan. Saying it's going to be the master plan for 1,000 years, I can't say, but certainly for the foreseeable future. I don't know if you have any specific comments to that point, but I would hope that we can move beyond that and deal with the application itself before you.
No comments at this time, it looks like. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. As I said a few minutes ago, so it's a relatively simple application, the 3 component parts to it, as I described, to meet the needs of the church in terms of housing for its pastors and to provide this additional parking, 26 spaces plus I think 2 more handicap spaces for the overall benefit of the constituency or the congregants of the church. And also we look at it as a benefit for the church, which is always tried to be a good member of the community and provide services ancillary to the church where they are for community benefits. The pastor, Lisa Mallon, wrote a letter to the commission and to the staff outlining the services that the church has provided to the area, basically for that purpose, again, for community benefit. They don't derive any funds other than reimbursement of some costs. If there's some or others of those services that are problematic in the eyes of the commission, the church certainly will work with the commission and alleviate anything. No one's ever viewed it as any of this as something that should be detrimental to the area. But if that's a consensus, again, in the spirit of being part and parcel of the community, they would address that promptly. So I just wanted to make that clear to the commission members because it's part and parcel, again, as I said, of what the church wants to be. Just a good neighbor. I think there's a fair amount of perhaps some misunderstanding what the church is trying to accomplish, and hopefully we can ameliorate those concerns during this evening.
That'll be good because I think you're going to hear if you try to
yes
address you're going to be, I think we're going to be hearing some public comment, I believe, and you can address some of that public comment. I think we're clear what you're trying to do. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't things that you can do with the plan. Conservation's got several comments for you.
Yep, we're
You've
aware.
got- And you've got outstanding issues with DPW engineering that are a resub. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, yeah, okay, so you're gonna have to
So,
address that.
I think the
And
biggest, oh, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, the biggest issue, but basically, whatever those issues are, until engineering is satisfied, we'll stay out of them. It's not zoning. We just want their
Oh.
sign off.
Mhm. Well,
And
I think,
yeah, so no need to talk me down from it if that's where you were headed, because
no,
really,
not talking you down from it. I would
I
just
mean,
make one
I would just,
comment.
yeah, let's just wait and
We
see.
want to work with DPW.
Good.
The one hangup we're having, we'll have to figure out a way of adjusting it is the proposal for the church to build a sidewalk from the intersection between South End Court and West End Avenue to the entrance of the driveway
Okay.
on West End. Mr. DeAndrea could speak to it a bit more, but we just see it as a sidewalk literally to nowhere, and it's a significant expense.
Okay.
And so we wanted to speak more to DPW about that. Since the
So,
property is not in a commercial, I just wanted to make this point.
Just to clarify, I'm sorry, so just to clarify for everybody, the engineering division recommended that the commission consider pedestrian connectivity and ADA compliance from the extended parking lot and requested a sidewalk. And this is what, so go ahead, Mr. Tessie, your point.
No, we have no issue with with the comments dealing with the new parking lot, which is on the other side. It's on the south side. We're talking about the north side of the property, just to be clear, right? On West End and extending from the intersection to the driveway. So there's no way to go beyond that driveway to get all the way through, which I think Riverside Avenue comes around there. But that sidewalk does exist on the north side of the street. There's a cross, I think everybody knows this. There's a
Crosswalk.
Thank you. A crosswalk.
To the east of South End, right? Yep.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And so that's what people do. That's the circulation. And we just think that the money, that kind of money, which could be plus or minus $100,000, could be better, put to more beneficial uses. So that's an issue with the DPW. However, it's also worth noting that within the zoning regulations, there is a requirement to providing sidewalks in the commercial zone. There's no requirement to provide sidewalks when you're in a residential zone. So there are recommendations on the part of DPW, but the final decision is up to the commission under, I believe, a special permit, but it's not an absolute requirement.
Right.
Don't
So
see it as
you're
don't see it
saying
as a safety issue. Go ahead.
So you're saying we have some flexibility because it's a special permit, it's a special permit use in a residential zone, and we would need to look at it. So one of the things that we can do is go in and take another look at that. Okay, so those are your comments on DPW. The rest of it you will address with DPW so that you can get their sign off. And yes, go ahead.
No, to say, but that one issue, ultimately it'll come down to the commission decision unless Ms. Brady's backs offer. Again, we think, well, I'm not going to read, I don't have to say again. We'll speak to him more, but we just wanted to know that in this particular case, the commission has the discretion. We just don't see it as a safety issue. His one concern, I think, is his rationale for that, by the way, as I understand it, Mr. DeAndrea can comment, was that people would be walking down from Sound Beach Avenue to the church for the flea market. And that was his rationale. Now, this flea market, as was explained in the letter to you from the pastor, is something that the church undertook because the town had this flea market operating at the Civic Center, but it's been under construction, and so then they tried, I guess, I think it's Old Greenwich School, and that didn't work out. So the church kind of volunteered. So that can end upon the commission just stating, well, perhaps you should end it. But that's where it all came up. Other than that, you're not going to get that foot traffic going to really the church. You know, it's
Did they
basically
have
used
a sign-off?
one time a week.
Do
Sorry.
they have an administrative sign-off for that flea market?
I was not involved in that. I don't.
I've never seen it as a commission item, and it would be an additional use under. On
I
the
don't
church
disagree.
property.
I don't know.
Patrick, I've never seen a flea market at this property. As
Isn't
an
it
item.
farmer's market?
I think it's a
Farmers market. Did I say flea market?
Yes.
I
Yeah, you
apologize.
said flea
Farmers
market.
I
To
apologize.
be honest, I don't think we ever
Everybody.
saw the farmer's market either.
Well,
It's there.
I know
My
it's
kid
there,
goes
but
there.
it's a special permit.
Oh, sorry.
It's an additional use under the special permit. I mean, you know, look at what we're doing for the folks that just want to do the CSA later on.
Well, we're
Okay,
aware.
no big
That's why I
deal.
said
Patrick
earlier.
will look at it. No big deal. Let's go to
Yeah.
Arn Wells, and then we'll get some commission comments and we'll get to the public, which I think is
No,
essential tonight.
quick question, flea market, farm market. But don't some of your congregants walk to church? I mean, you're in a residential area. I assume some of them walk, down West 10 Avenue. So are you proposing that the sidewalk is solely for the use of people attending the farmer's market and not church services?
No, what I was saying is that was the rationale used by Mr. Paredes in arguing that the sidewalk should be built. To say that nobody walks to church in the residential community, that wouldn't be correct. When people do walk, they actually walk through the lawn area because it's more of a direct line than going down. They don't walk into the entranceway of the driveway, which is about 150 feet away from the intersection. They would just walk right across as they've historically done to the entrance of the church, so it's farther south, well farther south, probably about 200 feet farther south. So no one would want to walk that way. You can consider the shortest distance between two lines is a straight line between two places.
And the houses aren't in the way, your proposed houses and garage?
No, what you'd see in the front there is that there is a walkway actually for the front. If you pull it up, the front house, they could actually connect, and maybe they could build a small sidewalk internally and connect to that. Which would be, to my opinion, a benefit and substantially less, costly. So we're open to ideas. It's just that's a heavy nut that town standard 4 to 5 feet sidewalk, concrete with granite curbing when you don't have any of that. In this instance, it's all blacktop, as you probably all know. So it's something that's, it's economic. It's also a practical issue.
Thank you.
Okay. Conservation, you've got comments from them. It seems like most of what they're looking for now is that you have this targeted removal of the invasive species, et cetera.
Yes.
And the plan for that. Any other comments from the commission? No. Okay. All right. So we're gonna okay, sorry.
Bless.
Okay, so we're now, Mr. Tessie, I think one of the things we need to do now is turn to the public for comment. And we will begin with Tim Muldoon. And I'm only seeing 2 people, but we have, so if you want to keep it short, we'd be grateful anyway. I know 3 people, yes, so if you'd keep it short. And then after that is Craig, you'll have to tell us your last name or change the way you're named. And then Wayne, you'll also have to change your name. Mr. Muldoon, please proceed. Mr. Muldoon, if you would unmute. Okay. So,
Can you hear me?
yeah, there you go.
Thank you. My name's Tim Muldoon. I live at 10 Palmer Island, also known as 10 Southland Court. My property shares a large border with the church on the south side. I will try to be quick because I did submit letters and additional emails, and it didn't seem like yesterday, like everyone had read them. I'm hoping that maybe they will be read, but I'm just going to address a few high-level points and allow other people to speak. I do want to correct a couple things that Mr. Tessie just said. He was referring to, the thing was at the old Greenwich Civic Center. That was a plant sale. That was a one-time thing, and the church agreed to do that. The flea market, and you could call it a farmer's market or flea market. It's not, there aren't many farmers there, but that's every week. And he mentioned that one of their purposes, because one of my big problems is why do they want to expand this parking lot? I've lived here for 8 years. I've never seen the parking lot other than 2 times more than 65% full. So it just seems bizarre to me that they want to expand it. No one ever parks on the street. So the idea that this is a benefit to the community is just incorrect. You know, there's one service at 10 a.m. in my understanding. And honestly, if people were parking on the street or this parking lot was full, it would be easier to add a second service than it would be to extend this parking lot. So it's just still, I'm just still uncertain why they want to extend the parking lot. So first it's the why, the second is the where. If you look at this property, okay, you know, Patrick had mentioned earlier that, you know, you have special purpose permits concerns, but then you have CAM, and CAM is just as strong. Here we have special purpose, we have CAM, we have flood zone. And they looked at this property and they said, okay, where are we going to extend this parking lot? Where are we going to put these parking spaces? They put it on the lowest lying area on the property, closest to the title, and also closest to the only neighbor that they actually abut. So sitting in my yard, you know, we've designed our house now. We've put curtains, plantings to kind of block out the parking lot where it is. Okay, but now they want to extend it all the way along my entire yard. So when we're sitting out in our yard on a Sunday, there'll be cars within 15 feet of our property. And then on top of that, you know, I understand everyone wants to talk about the flood, you know, tidal flooding versus, you know, runoff flooding. I sent in a video. We do have tidal flooding, and that's an issue. They're putting a parking lot in an area that will at a high tide flood. And regardless of what pavement you work or gravel, anything that's on that pavement is going to wash off into the tidal. But we also get, with 1 inch of rain, we got 8 inches of water in the boundary at my property and the church's property. We've tried to plant trees there before and they've died. I sent in pictures of that. We've now tried to create another row of evergreens further into our property at great expense. And they've been there for 7 months now. And our hope is that they will survive. But part of the reason why the first ones died was because when the church regraded their parking lot, it flooded the area. They got root rot and they didn't survive. So my big concern about with what they're doing, putting the parking lot where they're doing it, is there's no ability to screen that parking lot. I mean, you look at the provisions of the special purpose, Division 17. I mean, they're supposed to be able to have like plush screening all year round, 50% evergreens of at least 6 to 8 feet. And they're not proposing any of that. And you know, a comment was made at your working session that I had spoken with Mr. Pecora, which was true several months ago. He and I spoke when this first came out. I went to Tony DeAndrea first, and I didn't get a response from him, which God bless Tony. Getting time with Tony is sometimes harder than getting a Taylor Swift concert. So I get why he didn't respond. But Mr. Pecora came back and we discussed, he said, oh, maybe we could put a retaining wall in and raise the grade so the plantings will be higher. I said, listen, I'd be open to that. I don't like the idea of the parking lot. I think it's unnecessary. But then he never responded. I saw them digging test holes. I went out to speak with him. He said, the church doesn't want to do it. You live next to a church. What do you expect? That's been the basic message from the church, who wants to be part of the community. So that's another frustration that they've made no outreach to fix this problem. This could be solved simply. They have plenty of room that's at a much higher elevation right along the church. It would take away the tidal concerns of when the high tide comes in. It wouldn't flood, so you wouldn't get all the toxins flying and going to the tidal. It would allow for proper screening because they would, also those plantings wouldn't be in the high tide area as well. And it would also allow larger lawn for any toxins to wash off as it goes across.
Okay.
Plus, again, you could put larger screenings for both neighbors, for us, and also, the neighbor across the way, across the creek, has the same problem. I mean, we already deal with headlights into our house all the time, especially you notice it more in the winter when it gets dark earlier. But I just don't see the necessity of putting this parking lot there. And I also don't see, if they're going to put a parking lot, why they would choose to put it right along my property line and in the lowest lying area on the property.
Okay, all right, I got you. I did see your letter and your points about what it floods and where the water table is.
I would like to make
thank
one
you.
other, I'm sorry, can I make one last
Yeah,
point?
you're way over time, but yes.
All right, one last point. I don't believe that their garage, Patrick mentioned last time that all these properties are considered primary. They're not accessory structures. I don't see how, and that was the argument for allowing the garage to be larger than the accessory structure requirements. And I don't think it currently meets the setback. I mean, this is a corner property. So the setback then for a primary would have to be 22.5 feet. I believe it's 12. They don't mark what their rear and front setbacks are, but I think that's also an additional problem with their application.
Okay, I'll let Patrick answer that in a sec. Thank you, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we move on, is Mr. Pop available to answer your question?
Yes, he is. He's right here. He's on screen. Mr. Pop.
Yes.
Hello.
Matt Pop.
At the corner of the new expanded driveway, there is now I lost it again. Some plantings. They seem to be in the I guess not, they need to be coordinated with the rain garden. But it's a groundsel tree. Is that salt tolerant?
Correct. Yes, correct.
Okay.
It's a shrub that grows just above high tide. If you're at the Todd's Point, you walk along the marsh. It's just above the high tide line. Grows about 8 feet in height, maybe 10 feet in height, 8 feet wide. It's a deciduous tree.
Okay.
Great for monarchs in the fall. You often see tons of monarchs on them.
It's deciduous. Okay, so it actually
Yes.
it's really not creating a hedge or anything or a screen. It's just actually to soak up water in the rain garden.
Well, it's no longer a rain garden, but it's just it does get pretty thick, so it does provide somewhat of a buffer to the neighbor in that area, and it's a tough area to plant again
Okay,
because
so
it does flood.
It's not a rain garden anymore. Okay,
Correct.
Yeah.
I
all the
think I
time.
have
mean,
think I have the
if
wrong
you look
plan
at
then.
the photos. Okay, thanks, Mr. Pop.
You're welcome.
Now our next speaker is Craig. You will need to say and spell your last name for the court reporter. And after that will be Wayne, and the same thing applies to you because your computer doesn't have you. And please do stay with the 3 minutes. We let Mr. Muldoon get a lot of points out. I figured he needed to do that. So if you would stay within your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Sure.
Craig,
Sure.
your last name.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Craig Warwick. I reside at 28 West End Avenue, across the street from on South End Court from the proposed new home. If you have looked at, were able to read the documents, I sent in a couple of videos
Yes, you
of
did.
the floods that commonly occur during either storms or just heavy rains or full moons that have higher tides. My concerns is, listen, I think if the church is going to build something, a new home on a piece of property, I don't think they really looked into how much that road floods. I don't really understand the concept of building a home where the floods will continue to happen. The construction that will be there will add some more concrete to South End Court, which is directly across from my house, disturbing the the ground and adding some more surface will likely add more water opportunities to come up to where my property is right now. And plus across the street to, there's another property, the Hadleys live across from me, that water comes up to their house. South End Court gets water all the way to the main house. My concerns are that this home will be built and there's going to be constant renovations going on. It's going to be disturbance to the property.
Mr. Warwick, I'm sorry, Patrick, can you stop the clock for a sec? Okay, so Mr. Warwick, so what they're doing with the proposed manse is, and one of the things that the architectural people were struggling with, is they are building it above the flood line. So they won't get water in the house because they're going to be, what was it, Patrick, 3 feet above, or Nick, you remember?
Yeah, it was like
So
4
they're-
feet above the
it's like
base
4
flood
feet
elevation.
above the base flood elevation.
Yeah,
So-
first floor elevation's over 18.
So it's, and I think the floodplain, the flood line is at where, 14?
14, yes.
So they won't have a problem. And one of the things that Mr. McRae wanted to explain to everybody when we started was when West End, and I used to live in Old Greenwich, in one of the areas that floods, when West End floods and when all those neighborhoods flood, it's the whole Long Island Sound coming in. And a one house isn't going to impact significantly on the flooding. And that's what Mr. McRae wanted to say. However, to your point, and one of the things we worry a lot about is when you build 100 houses, you do begin to have it be worse. And so where's your tipping point and what do you let people build, which is kind of where you're going with this. You're saying they're going to build this and they're just going to make it worse. And to your point, it's incremental over time. How much can you build? But they'll be high and dry because they're meeting the flood zone regulations. So they're going to be up, and you'll see that there's houses in Old Greenwich, especially.
No,
as you go-
I
have done
totally
that.
get.
So,
I
okay, you
totally-
can start his clock again. I just wanted to clarify that. Go ahead.
No, I totally understand that, and I don't.
You got a
I
minute and a
don't-
half left.
I'm not disappointed about this, the construction. I just think it's where they're placing it. They're adding more concrete to the surface that could
Yep.
create more the higher level waters to encroach on my property and on properties next to
Got it.
abutting it across the street. And I think that, I don't know if they even talk. They didn't reach out to any of the neighbors. They didn't even have any consideration. They're also adding more parking in the back, and they're adding more parking. Adding from 70 to 96 spaces. As Mr. Muldoon said, there's never anybody in that parking lot ever. It's very minimal. Plus the home design that they've created for us doesn't conform to what is Old Greenwich standards, what's standards for everything else. Will my property value decrease because of this property? I don't think so, but will it? Have they even considered, those type of designs? I don't know. Why are they putting the driveway on South End Court when they have all the property on the other side? There's going to be more traffic. People are already parking on South End Court for the flea market, farmers market, which I don't disagree. I don't not like. I just think that if you do these driveways there, where are these people going to park? They're already parking on our lawns. So I just, the traffic on South End Court is going to be dramatically increased because of lack of parking on the side of the streets, and people don't park inside inside that it's
Okay.
never full.
Time's
That's
up,
all
but
I
you'll get to come back one time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Tessie, note to yourself, reach out to neighbors, or Mr. Pecora, and whoever, reach out to neighbors because they feel like they'd like someone to talk to them. And also, I think when you come back, we'd like a better understanding of the parking demand in the church and the need for the expanded parking lot. Wayne, if you would go ahead and just remember when you unmute to say and spell your last name. And there's somebody with Wayne who's not a Wayne.
Good
but don't worry
evening.
about that. Okay, so just say your full names and
Good
last
evening,
name.
Madam Chair. My name is Valerie Mays Keeney. I'm here with my husband, Wayne Keeney. We live at 5 South End Court, which is right across from the church. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Warwick's comments about the flooding. Obviously, why build a 3-story, 5-bedroom, 4.5-bath house right on the edge of the road that frequently floods, as has been historically documented? You're talking about adding over 12,000 square feet of impervious space. But I'm going to focus on the core requirements, the standards that apply within the Greenwich Municipal Code with respect to the site plan application and also the special permits.
Hey, you guys, we have an opening on the commission. Y'all just feel free to apply. You're all reading the regulations. I'm so proud of you. Come join us. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Ginn.
As you know, the core requirement is that there must be high quality of building design, neighborhood appearance, and overall site design under section 6-15A3. And specific objectives that are mentioned within the code as well about requiring a design that's in harmony with the existing neighborhood as shown by the exterior appearance of the buildings, their location on the site, in and to other buildings in the immediate area, a special emphasis on the neighborhood scale and context, the preservation and enhancement of historic structures. Likewise, in the section of the code 6-15A2, there's the preservation and enhancement of property values that makes reference to preserving natural attributes and major structures, scenic views, etc. So with that in mind, now when you look at the property, you see this beautiful old parsonage that the church has had for years and years and years. It was built in 1900. In front of it is this sweeping great lawn that you see as you come around the corner. Nearby are homes on West End Avenue, like Mr. Warwick's home, and I tried to put a photo of that into the record, which shows its colonial historical village character. How is this site plan conform with the neighborhood character? Well, the answer is it does not. It also does not meet the standard of high quality of building designs, neighborhood appearance, and overall site design in general. How does it not meet that? Well, the proposal is to have two nondescript type of modern, not particularly colonial, I think modular homes, the 3-story, 5-bedroom, 4.5-bath, which is going to be close to and high above West End Avenue, and of a similar design, a garage, 3-bay garage structure, looks kind of commercial and more like a firehouse with a 2-bedroom, 2.5-bath apartment above it. Those two look sort of similar, but according to the proposed design, what would sit in the middle of them is the old 1900 parsonage. So within this parcel itself, you have incongruent structures. It might make some theoretical sense to have the 5-bedroom, new 5-bedroom manse somewhere near a garage type structure, but that's not what is proposed. You have the manse, the old parsonage, and then the garage structure in the back. So there's no internal coherence and certainly no attempt at any coherence within what they're looking to merge as the parcel. So that's very important. It doesn't meet with the neighborhood.
Special
and we would
permit
like
standards.
to see is a redesign of the manse more where it is. Also, if I meant to say one more thing, it was said at the outset that the Architectural Review Committee approved this. They did not. They punted. They did not approve it. It was clear that the applicant was not going to make any attempt even to give them specifications for how high the surrounding buildings are, to provide that plan that they asked for. They were not interested in moving the setback back to match Mr. Warwick's house at 28 West End Avenue. So the commission, I think, threw up its hands, but they did note in their minutes from August 6th that the applicant had noted that the church may also wish to build one or two new homes in the future behind the new proposed manse. We object to all of that. We'd love to see a plan that has
you
a
don't
nice
have to
new
worry
manse.
about the future homes at this point. I'm gonna bump you off because you're a minute over, but
Thank
come back
you.
next time. Thank you, Ms. Keeney, who, by the way, seems to be an attorney.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Madam
ma'am.
Chair.
Had a feeling. All righty. Our next speaker is Todd Clare. Do please try, once you unmute, do please try to stay within the time limit. We're trying to get through everybody and we keep getting more speakers. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Todd Clare, been a member of the Living Hope Community Church for over 20 years and on the leader elder board for several years. My background, I'm on the Greenwich Central Middle School Building Committee. I 20 years plus helped build the construction of the Greenwich Hospital, and a little bit less than 20 years, the site plan approval led that for the Stanwich campus site plan in the day. I also live very close to the Greenwich Reform Synagogue that I was very interested in when that got approved here in Cos Cob. There's some similar things being discussed, parking lots and such. But what I'd like to
great deal of agita over that application.
There were some interesting things how that got through as well. But anyhow, this lot has been a church and it is set back, and these are houses, right? These aren't churches we're building houses on lots within the regulations. And, the scale regarding, a corner property and a deep lot is perfect, unlike the Reform Synagogue that I can almost see. Regarding the title and the flooding and the neighbor to 10 Palmer Court, I observed after a heavy storm and a high tide, I wanted to see what was happening because our neighbor was doing construction to their home and they were raising the lot somewhat, right, to meet some of the regulations. So I wanted to see what was going to happen. So I observed literally the tide coming in. It was already flooded in the parking lot, and I wanted to see what happened. And if anything happened, it really kind of like brushed off their higher mound that they built and kind of went on our property. So like you've seen, the place just floods. So, so really, I think the engineering firm has done exactly what they have to do. Regarding why do we have parking? Well, the neighbor kind of didn't want it, but then he kind of proved why we have it. It's like, yeah, you don't want people walking around from the corner on his street, so we have more parking. So I'm not sure why that is a bad thing.
Well, I think, sir, given the fact that I'm sorry, Patrick, 5 seconds. Given the fact that it's a special permit use, we're going to ask that you quantify the reason for adding impervious surface. So your attorney is going to take care of that. Go ahead, and if you would finish up. Agreed.
And as far as the sidewalk, I mean, I really don't understand the sidewalk. There's never been one there, and in reality, I probably won't use the sidewalk, because it's going to have inches of, water. The street floods, right? So the street floods, and it's going to flood right onto if whatever's proposed there. So I really don't understand that. As far as just being a community member, we're a great community member. We bring in all kinds of people and all kinds of associations and help groups. And yes, the lot is full during those times. So I am in full agreement with this application, and I hope you consider it that way. Thank you.
Well, you're the applicant, aren't you?
Well, I'm coming here as a informed member of the community who happens to be a member, right?
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
All right. Our next speaker is Lisa Madison, followed by Michael Fenn. Ma'am, if you would try to respect the time limit, we'd be super grateful.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am the associate pastor at Living Hope Community Church. I have been a member there for 24 years. I did not start as an employee. I was actually living in Old Greenwich and came to the church. So I lived in the community, but then became the pastor at the church. And I just wanted to bring some clarification to Mr. Tessie. The farmers market Dana Evans approached us for the farmers market. It had been at Old Greenwich Elementary School. Because of pickup, it wasn't working. They hadn't been at the Civic Center. They've looked into moving to the Civic Center, but the cost is too high for them to move. And because we don't charge them, that's the reason why they've continued to be at the church. They also wanted to speak that each food vendor is required to apply for a temporary food service permit. when she decided to open the farmer's market, she went and worked with the first selectman regarding the permits that they needed to get up and running before opening the farmer's market.
Do you remember when that was?
Oh, I think they've been there almost 10 years.
So we would have seen it, Patrick. I'm just curious, Patrick Tracy. I don't remember seeing it, but maybe you did it administratively.
It's
Go ahead.
not in our system.
Okay, you don't have to, yeah, it's not in our system. And if you work with the first selectman 10 years ago, that was Peter Tessie, and he knew the system, so it's odd. But go ahead and get to your points about this application and not the farmer's market. We'll look into the farmer's market separately.
Okay, just that I know Mr. Muldoon had quite a few problems when he was trying to put up the homes that he wanted to be behind us. And the home that he has now started building next to his property, that was an open property. Now we see that from our parking lot. I'm sure it's up high, high. So I see a little bit of a conflict there. Regarding the home itself, I was on the architectural, when we were looking at building it, we looked at all the homes in the area. What we did was we took the median, and 2,500 square feet is not a big home. I don't know how they're fitting 5 bedrooms and how many bathrooms in a 2,500 square foot home, but it is within the context of the neighborhood itself regarding the size. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Michael Fenn, followed by Robin Ducharme. And again, please respect the time. It's getting long.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, so my name is Michael Fenn. I live at 346 Riverside Avenue, directly across from the church parking lot where they want to expand. I've lived here for 30 years, paying taxes to the town for 30 years. I have seen the church put in a playground. They put up no barriers, sound, visual barriers, anything. The proposal to put up the parking lot, extend the parking lot, brings it closer to the tidal inlet. I heard the conversation about the difference between runoff and high tide. Well, that's going to be further runoff. And I understand, I'm not a lawyer, but deep requires a certain setback of growth before the tidal wetlands. That's going to diminish that. So I'm totally against that. I looked at the planning for the plants and whatnot. They want to put in trees, tall trees. That's not going to block the view. That's not going to block the sound barrier. The farmer's market is, again, it's a loud event that takes place every week. Trying to be a good neighbor, nobody's complained, but this has gotten to the point where they really have to address the sight line. I sent in some pictures showing that at night, the car headlights shine directly into my house. There's no barrier, there's no buffer. And they recently cut back all the growth that was there for 30 years because they're invasive. After 30 years, I kind of think that they have a right to be there. But that's my complaint, is there's nothing in here that addresses the sound that, carries over water, and nothing in there that addresses the light.
Well, and it's something for us. Thank you, sir. And thank you for keeping your comments short. I really appreciate it, but it's something we've put into the landscaping requirements, and we will consider that very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that's another one. It's just that we have put into our regulations that special permit uses should, Mr. Tessie should be respectful of the residential. Mr. Ducharme, I see that you're also a pastor. Is that correct? If you would go ahead, and the next speaker after that will be Norma. You will have to give us your last name when you join. Mr. Ducharme, if you would go ahead. Mr. Ducharme, you're unmuted if you would speak. You're unmuted, but I'm not hearing you. Norma, while we wait for Mr. Ducharme, why don't you go ahead and speak now and see if he can manage to get his microphone working. Go ahead, ma'am.
This I think I can do.
There you go. That sounds great.
Okay. The first thing that I would like to request is that Mr. DeAndrea take a look at the intersection of Palmer Island Drive, South End Court, and the access to the 3-car garage. I can't believe that this would be a safe intersection. There are any number of people who live on Palmer Island, including me. I live at 26 South End Quarter 5 Palmer Island, and a number of other people, including teenage drivers in the making. And it can be very busy, and it's a very close intersection for people. So just if you could take a look at that and share his wisdom. The other
Great.
thing.
Well, he's listening. I hope Mr. Tessie is taking note. Go ahead.
I think I guess I haven't mentioned that before. Okay, and the other thing is that I was very pleased to hear your recent comments regarding requesting the church to show why it needs to expand the parking lot, because you've heard from a number of people that the parking lot is really not fully utilized. And there is, I think, a provision of the of CAM, which your lawyers can apprise you of, 6111A1, which really requires the commission to make a finding as to why a parking area or anything like that near a precious water resource like our tidal wetlands should exist. That's it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. By the way, we had not, any of us received an email that you sent originally, so it was good that you resent the letter hard copy. Nobody had it. We all went through our files and nobody had it. So just so you know, something had gone wrong. Nice seeing you. ma'am.
Sure.
Thank
Sure.
you. Next
Mhm.
speaker is Mr. Ducharme, if you want to give it a shot. Or Ms. Ducharme, I take it back. Robin goes both ways. I shouldn't say it like that, should I? But Robin can be. Ms. Ducharme? Can't hear you. Mr. Pankow, you would be next. Jason Pankow, if you would unmute. Thank you.
Yes,
Hello,
I'm, thank you,
timer.
Madam Chairwoman. I'm the pastor here at Living Hope Community Church, and maybe I can answer why we need more parking. And
Good.
by God's grace, we have doubled in size since I arrived here about 18 months ago. And if you would come on a Sunday, especially in the fall or whatever, you would see an overflowing parking lot. And when we go to 2 services, which hopefully will be soon, we're trying to figure out the timing of that. It actually requires a larger parking lot to do that, because you have to have the people that are, from the first service still hanging out.
So I know that it sounds like that, but what we recommend to people is they create a greater gap in between services or in between whatever they're doing. So unless your goal is to have a joint coffee hour, in which case
It is.
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
and so
there's
that's
Christchurch
what
does
we're-
that, and no, Christchurch does that. They have a joint coffee hour
Right.
between the 2 services. And but again, Mr. Tessie knows the rules, what you require for parking and what you're anticipating, so he just hasn't given us the documentation on what your past congregation was, what you've gone to, how many seats you have, when your services are. And we're looking into this, the flea farmers market thing. But again, congratulations to you for having expanded. We realize a lot of churches aren't faced with that great situation. But again, there are other ways of dealing with it rather than increasing impervious surface in a flood zone. So just to consider.
And we've looked at all that stuff, and just want to be very clear to all the neighbors. We have looked at almost every possible angle that we think is appropriate. And this is really a need that we have, especially as we grow into the future. But we can provide all the numbers, 184 seats in our sanctuary, et cetera, et cetera. But I thank you for that. And, I think that it is important to note all the hours that we did spend as a team trying to address all the concerns, almost every concern that's been brought up, we tried to address, from making it look like it's from the town, appropriate design, spending more money on upgrading the look of it just so that it would fit. And our intention is to also do the outside of our current manse in a way that would match the other two homes, just to kind of redo the siding of it so that it would look like it's a, I don't know, it all conforms and it looks nice together. So we just have had to do some upgrades, and things have been kind of neglected for a while, and we're kind of on the path of making it look nicer.
Thank you, sir. One of the things that people complained about was that they had no outreach, and outreach is your deal. So I hope you will be able to do that moving forward. If a pastor isn't good at outreach, you wouldn't have the job. So I'm sure you will be able to to take care of that, and to have your neighbors feel as welcome as you do your congregants.
Absolutely. We actually did talk to quite a few of them, but we didn't hold like a gathering of all of them yet because we wanted to see where we were.
Sometimes people need to vent. Well, it's important to us that we hear everybody and that we respond to the community. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thanks.
Okie dokie. So that, except for one person that we never got to hear, that takes care of the public comment. Mr. Pecora, who is representing the applicant, would like to speak. Mr. Tessie, would you like to allow him to? I'm just kidding.
Everybody want to take a vote?
All right, Mr. Pecora.
Mr. Pecora is entitled to speak.
Mr. McRae, you have your hand up, but I can't see you.
Yes, after Mr. Pecora speaks, I'd like to talk to Mr. DeAndrea.
Okay, Mr. DeAndrea's here. Okay, and he
Yes.
also has his screen off. Okay, Mr. Pecora, if you would kindly go ahead.
Just want to thank everyone for allowing everyone to speak and vent.
Including you, sir.
Yeah, well, that's just a part of the process. It's interesting that people say we don't need the parking, but a few of the neighbors have sent in photos of us parking on the grass, which does happen. August was a very slow month for everybody. Obviously, everyone goes away, or a lot of people go away in August. But the church has pretty much doubled in size, and the need is there. If you drive there on Sundays, you'll see cars parked on South End Court, and the whole idea is to get everyone off of South End Court and onto the property. And we worked really hard to make the architecture more in keeping. We worked directly with ARC to do that. They didn't have any comments on the architecture other than adding vertical batten on the manse, which we are happy to do. I actually, if you watch read the minutes, I asked for their guidance as to what do you want to see on there, and they told me. Setbacks, we're all good on setbacks. That was brought up as if we're not complying.
No, we got it. We know that we know that the manse complies, and that you have no reason to set it back further unless you were just trying to accommodate.
So the whole idea was that conversation at ARC that is kind of confusing people was a conversation that why aren't we pushing it back closer to the existing house? And if you saw the house, which you all have, and you know that it's not the prettiest house, and ARC said, why don't you consolidate homes into one building? And I said that everyone wants to live in their own house, and I want to leave room for the future in case the existing house is torn down and we have to rebuild it. So that's where the confusion came in. It was kind of a response from ARC, not.
Yeah, we got it. We heard that from
proposing
Mr. Tessie. We got it.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. As for removing foliage, we didn't remove foliage. We removed invasive vines only. We're not going to be removing any plants, invasive bushes, or trees without providing wetlands and/or CAM a plan, which they requested. So I want to just close that door, and that's it. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. McRae. Thank you, Mr. Pecora. Mr. McRae.
Mr. DeAndrea,
He's
What?
here, ready for you.
Great. Where is it? There it is. Mr. DeAndrea, Mr. Pop said that actually the rain garden information has changed. I'm looking at a drawing from, let's see, dated, what is it dated again? 5/5/25. Is there an update to that?
8/8
Without
or 8/15/25 is the most current civil set, Nick.
8/15/25. Okay, I don't believe I have that.
Should.
Mr. McRae, what we've been doing, as we've received comments from the different departments, in this case, most recently the DPW, we have been updating. So there may be a lag between the coordination with the landscape plan and our plan. So yes, our plans were dated 8/15. They were sent in response to DPW comments of July. We have since responded to another set of comments dated August 29th. So it's a constant flow of revisions trying to address comments as they come.
Okay.
In response to modified plans.
Right. So as of right now, actually, the driveways and parking areas for the two houses,
Yes.
they're remaining as previous asphalt.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then because I can't find the drawing buried in the file here, what's happening with the rain garden that was at the corner of the parking lot?
That still remains, and we've modified it slightly after a conversation with Juan Paredes last week. And we're having an ongoing discussion about the refinements of that modification. We have flush curb along the edge of the parking lot, that expansion, and that's intended to allow the runoff to course through the rain garden and then find its way overland into the tidal influence area. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. And we have the porous asphalt aspect of the parking lot itself, which is filtering the water vertically into the tidal influence.
Okay, so they're more of the new parking lot is porous asphalt as well.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Do you want me to share that set, Nick? I have it.
No, I have to go find it. It's buried in the OneDrive someplace, and nothing transferred from the download, so it's buried there someplace. I just gotta go dig it out.
Yeah, there is a folder that specifically says, if I remember, there's several folders, but I believe it says 8/18/25 revisions for DPW, something like that. That has it. But the staff report had only the most recent set of everything.
Got it. I'll look for it.
Okay.
Mr. LaRoe.
Mr. DeAndrea, I think you're probably the best person to answer this, but the question was asked about the setbacks. I'm going to share my screen. Sorry, 1 second. You've got it reversed here, I guess. So it'd be the east property line. The setback is derived from the average setback, or is there another number you're using?
Well, we're in a residential zone, and so we have treated this as a side yard. I don't know if there's a.
Well, I believe it's a street. I think the problem is this area here with it, you're noting it as a property line, but it's actually, I believe it's a right of way.
I think that's been a question that may not have been fully resolved as to how the town of Greenwich owns that, as whether or not it is a right of way or a parcel. So we had the zoning review of it. We have 22.5 feet. If you looked at it as a corner lot in the R12 zone, that would certainly comply there. If you look at it as a side yard, it's in excess of the minimum of 10 feet in the side yard. So I think we've got that covered one way or the other.
Okay, understood. If the commission wants, but I'll talk to the zoning enforcement officer.
Yeah,
about
we can have Jim Lunny look at it.
Okay.
Of course, we had, submitted the zoning location survey that's up there now, showing that we have on that plan the setback to the existing structure, which our proposed structure is farther, but it's about 22.5 feet for that purpose. We can add that, have it reviewed again.
I don't mean to be coded, but you know, with the commission or anyone listening, it's just this. So a road has a different setback
Right.
dimension requirement than it would be from a property line, or if it was determined to be a side yard. This land here that says Town of Greenwich is actually part and parcel of the entire Old Greenwich School. It goes southward and then into the school proper. So it may be possible that there is no right of way here and that the road, as it is a town property, was placed in the town's property and it just, you know, the right to trespass is either prescribed or it's been, you know, deeded over with some other mechanism. So we'll just figure it out and double check the numbers because I don't think Mr. DeAndrea is wrong in the assumptions, but we'll firm it up.
So while it may be semi-public property as the school, I don't believe, we haven't believed that it was a part of the right of way, but
right.
Again, always waiting, willing to take another look at it.
Okay, Mr. Wells.
Yeah, I just had a question for Mr. DeAndrea, prompted on your answer to Mr. Macri, and that is, so we have the parking lot, part of the water from the parking lot drains into the rain garden and then into the tidal creek. Go ahead.
Ms. Wells, if I can correct something there, just to have it, as the plan has evolved with our discussions with DPW, we've eliminated the rain garden in our latest plan set in favor of more permeable pavement and interface through the filtration, through the permeable pavement down into the water table, if you will, on the fluctuating tide. So we've taken all of the water that runs off onto the expanded parking, filter it vertically to interface down to the tidal water interface.
Okay. There's another rain garden though, right?
There's no other rain
That's
garden.
it? So no
We
rain
had it,
garden.
but
okay. Thank
one
you.
other aspect of this plan is that the water does tend to flow over land to the south and east and vertically to disperse the water as it's making its natural path toward the tidal inlet.
And when it does, you're doing your best to treat it so contaminants don't get into the tidal inlet, I assume.
And that's what the porous pavement does. It allows the filtration to move vertically through soil and stone and then travel laterally through natural soils and vegetation before it reaches the channel of Longmeadow Creek.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, your hand is up again.
Apologies, I just clicked the wrong button.
All righty. Mr. Tessie, engineering, numbers on the parking. I don't know how to address, Patrick will look into, Patrick and Tracy or whomever are going to look into the thing with a farmer's market. I think when you're doing the parking lot, we're going to be interested in knowing really what the usage of the church is right now. Yeah, how many services, how many congregants, what's the inside? I mean, because you are expanding the facility and that conservation comments. Have I left anything out, guys, that you've heard that you want addressed? I think the outreach to the neighbors would really be helpful, especially the church did it. A group would be great. That always helps. Some things just get better when you talk. Some things don't, but a lot of things do.
Depends on who's talking.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
A lot of the time. And and Mr. DeAndrea has heard all these issues and he's heard them before. He's very familiar with the water table in Old Greenwich. I wish it was not as complicated. There is, one of the questions, Mr. DeAndrea, is how often are they going to use the whole extent of the parking lot? And could they do some of it with pervious or with pavers? But the question then becomes, that's messy in a flood zone. And it's hard to maintain and it's more expensive having gone through that with applicants. So I will leave that to you guys. Anything else, Commission, that you want to address? All right. So, Mr. Tessie, you had a question for me? Or for
I'm just gonna
us?
stay, under the building zone regulations, the minimum amount of parking is one parking
For
space
3.
for 3 seats.
Yep.
Um,
So that's the question is, what do you have now? What have you expanded to? Because he says he's doubled, but the problem is he's doubled his total congregants, but he
we
hasn't
have,
changed the seating. On the other hand, I think it would inform us to understand what's happened to the congregation, even though the regulation is only 1 per 3. But
well, that's why
really,
you refer to it as a guideline. You could
Yeah.
always request more. It's
we
difficult
could.
to request less.
And the easy answer is he could have 2 coffee hours, right? And
Well,
you
it's-
wouldn't have the impervious surface. So let's look at the numbers and let's decide then.
Right, right. Well, so
Okay,
working with
Mr. McRae
engineering,
has a question for
I
you.
took the notes on the other questions.
Okay,
No, I have a request of staff. If they could provide to us actually the full GIS, not the aerial, just the GIS of
great.
the site, all of West End, excuse me, all of South End Court, the site, and going down to Old Greenwich School. As Mr. LaRoe just said, it seems that that side yard or property line actually is the backyard of Old Greenwich School from the GIS I'm looking at. The weird thing I'm also seeing is that actually there's 2 separate property numbers, ID numbers for the actual site. No, yes, site. There's 2 of them. So I'm wondering, has a lot been merged, or is this the map I'm looking at just incorrect? Thanks.
Well, at the end of the day, if we're maintaining, the worst case is you have to maintain it to a 22.5-foot setback, as Tony noted. And right, Tony, you said you can make you've made that work.
Right, we have treated this as a side yard
Okay.
Yes.
with a corner lot, which affected the front house as well as the original home. But when the garage apartment is sited on the property, we're looking at it as a side yard.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
And so you'll leave this open for us to work with engineering and
Or as
respond
the
to comments.
attorneys from other towns like to say, so you're going to be continuing. They like us to use that language and we're like, no, we're just leaving it open. Okay. Yes, we will continue this application. When you're ready to come back, please let the town planner know and we will see you. But you've got some homework to do. You've got some splaining to do, Lucy.
Well, it's a balance, it is
It's
a
a balance.
religious
We know that.
institution. It's been
Yeah.
there a long time.
And
We have
by the
certain
way,
rights too.
and then that's an interesting point, just reminding the commission, and you all know this already, but just putting it on the record, whatever we ask a religious institution to do in an approval or a denial or whatever, must be comparable and consistent with that of any other application. A religious institution can never be asked to do something that is harder or be set higher hurdles. That's a federal law, the Religious Land Use and Protection Act. And but I don't think that's where we are. I'm just as a reminder, because Mr. Tessie mentioned it.
It's a balance.
It's a
is what I'm
balance, and we
saying.
always try to strike it. I mean, we want the church to work. We're happy it's working, but on the other hand, let's see what we can do with the site plan. Okay, it's now 7:12. We're gonna take a 30-minute break, and everybody has to come back except Mr. Tessie.
No, everybody has to come back, including Mr. Tessie.
All right, I'll see you later on for 2:40. Bye-bye.
See you.
Recording stopped.
All righty.
My
with
secretary
that-
can read my writing. Okay.
With that, we go to our 7th and 8th applications, 240 GA LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone property at 240 Greenwich Avenue for the CGB and CGBR zones to the CGBR HO zone and relocate the property's rear building line as a result for a 1.32 acre property at 240 Greenwich Avenue. Application number 8 is also 240 GA LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new residential building, 37,259 square feet in size with 12 units, 48 bedrooms, and 2 levels of parking below, which will have 49 spaces and 2,500 square foot of third floor office space in the existing bank and office building at 240 Greenwich Avenue. And with that, Mr. Tessie, if you would proceed.
Yes, I would like to. Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. I have this strange feeling of deja vu here for some reason.
All over again, yes.
But we do have, I think, Mr. Ron Harna, who's our project architect, in attendance. He should be. I don't know whether he's raising his hand or not. But I asked Ron to attend because he made the presentation with myself, but mostly Ron, before the Historic District Commission. Also in attendance is, well, should be Mr. DeAndrea and our traffic consultant. Probably you don't need either, but we just want to have all hands on deck to try to cover all bases. In starting, I probably just for the record, since we ran out of time, which is why we filed a new application on basically the same application that we filed at the beginning of the year, to have the record from that previous application, Patrick, just those applications made part of this record. Hopefully it's never needed.
We can do that.
Thank you. With that, as you stated, Madam Chairman, this application is for the change of zoning in 2 regards. One, from the underlying CGB zone that's located on the western portion of the property to CGBR, and an overlay of the historic overlay zone on the entire parcel of land, both the currently existing and the proposed CGBR. In my letter to the commission dated, I think it's July, 28th, I laid out the arguments to the commission as to why the HO zone is appropriate for this property, given the history principally of the historic bank building located directly on Greenwich Avenue. Today I received a copy of a memo from Mary Jenkins to the staff, passed it on to me, that essentially reflected comments she and others had made yesterday during a staff briefing. I can tell you they're really consistent with what Mr. Ferrari had in mind. So Mr. Ferrari is happy to go along with the additional whereas clause and any other changes in the body of the agreement.
If I may, let's get those on the record. Madam Jenkins?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Tessie, for reviewing the draft earlier today. Basically, my comments had centered on the 4th whereas clause of the preservation declaration. And specifically, I wanted to add additional detail as to what exactly was being preserved, rather than simply referring to the facade of the historic building and the vistas, if you will. So just for the record, I'd like to read the language, and Mr. Tessie, this should be, if not identical, 90% identical to what you saw earlier today. So my proposal was that the 4th whereas clause would expressly provide that all building facades, the roof and dome structure and all existing exterior features, including but not limited to materials, decorative elements, and the clock on the Greenwich Avenue facade of both the historic building and its office building addition, all as shown on plans which will be attached to that preservation document, to be forever maintained, preserved, and protected, and that the grantor grant this perpetual declaration of easement and preservation restrictions pursuant to, and then citations to the Connecticut statutes that are relevant here. So again, it wasn't really a change. I appreciate the review and approval of it, just to make sure that people are focusing on the particular aspects, especially that bank building, to make sure that those are preserved. The other comment that I have, and Mr. Tessie, you haven't seen this before, is I looked at the tentative minutes of the HDC meeting, and I noticed that they wanted to kind of take they approved it unanimously in concept. But then they said it would be upon a condition that when it gets to that stage, which referred to mock-ups and material samples, things like that, that you would go back to the HDC. So I would propose that there be kind of a second look condition, if you will, where we get HDC further comments, just to make sure that that's consistent with what the basis of their approval was. So I would also propose that be an additional condition, a kind of second look condition.
That's fine. We actually spent time during that hearing. It's one of the reasons I brought Ron, if you wanted any further clarifications.
Yeah.
They have his name down as Rowena, but it's actually Ron Hoyna. And all Ron Hoyna to get the credit. But we had a very good rapport, and we're in total sync. We know what the HGC was looking for, and we were happy to provide it, which is something similar that happens with ARC too, that during that next phase, you'll bring in the mock-ups, you'll hone in on the various colors.
Right.
So we're all on the same page.
Okay, that's great. And again, the minutes indicated that it was a very extensive discussion, which is great. I noticed that there was a lot of concern now that the entire facade is brick and the new building, that the brick color or the brick texture or the brick material be reviewed. Because now it's covering all of the faces, not just, there's no interruption for the limestone. So there was particular concern about brick.
Great
Right,
point, Mary.
right. But we have limestone integrated throughout, as you know.
But very much reduced from the last iteration.
Yeah, indeed. I was never a fan of that building. I think I probably told that to the commission, both commissions. But putting that aside, we're not splitting the baby anymore. I think we're creating something that's appropriate for that site, and HDC agreed, and I certainly hope the commission members do too. It's been a long effort, collaborative effort on everyone's part, including the departments. We're, as you know, we're in a position where this commission could close this. Hopefully, we'll close the hearing tonight and vote favorably on the application, given the fact that our department comments are all those that we can address prior to zoning permit. And I know Mr. Cohen is here. Well,
Okay, Mr. Tessie, Nick McRae has his hand up.
Sure.
So if you, thank you.
Where is he?
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
In different places on different people's
I
screens.
think he's muted.
Yeah, he is. But
Yeah, you're right. With the declaration of easement alternate language, I just would like to add one word.
Sure.
Second paragraph, and all existing exterior features.
Mm-hmm.
Can we insert exterior architectural features?
Sure.
And then reading the minutes and from HDC, I would like to suggest that actually when this particular project, if it gets to that point, is at 50% construction documents, then they should go back to HDC. That's similar to what we do with ARC.
I
So
wondered,
details
Nick-
are
Nick,
really hashed out on this, and they can see the real
Yeah.
detail of the limestone, the cornice, the wood siding, those kind of things.
So, question was, when I had talked to Patrick earlier, I had asked him, what about doing that for zoning permit? I couldn't tell from Steve Bishop's motion what he wanted. He just says, do you have it open in front of you, someone? He
I
just
do,
says,
and the way I'm
when it
interpreting
gets
it is
to
that they
that
wanted to
point-
see it again.
So
Yeah.
they definitely wanted to see it again, no question about that. But it is just when it gets to that point, what does that mean?
Well, he says that
And so I would rather do it prior to zoning permit because we're still in the equation. Now, we've got a member of the public who wants to weigh in, but he's an attorney representing an applicant. Do we want to let him speak? Representing the neighbor. Do we want to let him speak now, or do we want to keep discussing this?
Why don't we wait?
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to give Nick the language that I had on that
Okay.
condition, just so that
Yeah, no, I have it in the motion, your language.
Okay.
But just so you know, Nick took the night off. Something about a birthday.
Oh, really?
I don't know what the reason was.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
just,
so
okay, so I think, Mary,
so
the-
here's my question to you guys. Prior to zoning permit, we still have we still have zoning is still engaged. Once you're at 50% construction, you've already got all your permits, you're ready to rock it, you're already through the process. If anything has gone wrong, if anything isn't satisfactory to the HDC, you're in a bad place because we've already gotten all the zoning permit and the building permit out. So unless
Yeah,
Patrick.
no, actually, if they are at 50% construction documents, they
He
have
said
not
he-
received the building permit yet.
Right, he's saying construction documents.
Patrick,
not
weigh in.
construction.
Patrick gets to make this call. Patrick, what do you prefer?
Either works, but I don't believe that they said 50% of construction. It was construction plans.
No, did they actually word it?
That's what he said.
The language in the minutes is, the concept was good. It was accepted upon the condition that when it gets to that stage is not defined in the tentative minutes.
And Melillo's email would not count because it isn't in the minutes.
No,
His
these are
language isn't.
the tentative minutes that I'm reading from, actually, but they're
No,
tentative.
I know.
because they
But
haven't been
Melillo wrote an email to Patrick with different wording later, but that doesn't help us because it's the text of the minutes that matters what you're reading. And it says when it gets to that stage, go ahead, Mary.
The applicant returns with a mock-up and samples of the materials, which sounds to me like, that you're going to need to know that before you're at 50% construction documents, I assume, because you can't get to 50% construction documents without materials.
Well, 50% is interesting because construction documents, involve everything,
Yeah.
the floors, the superstructure. The truth of the matter is, this will have to be put out to bid. We'll have to know what we have to put out to bid. The zoning, typically what happens with the zoning permit, that's done in concert with immediately filing for the building permit. So we need complete construction drawings to do it. So there's no question in my mind, we're going to be back before HDC well before we're at zoning permit stage. So any language, so if you're worried about us, you don't have to worry about that. We're
right.
going to be going back.
We're beating a dead horse
prior.
today.
Yeah, we are.
Patrick,
So it's all fine. Just come up with your
just-
language.
yes,
Okay.
Patrick, give me the language you want.
I think it's prior to zoning permit in this instance, only because I believe the applicant is much further along than 50% construction documents. So it would be sort of silly to say 50% at this point. That typically is when the ARC gets to see a preliminary application and we have not rendered our decision and we haven't seen an application, for example, 5 times. So we are I think we are farther along at 50%. So I would say zoning permit sign off.
Now, to Mary's point, she's making this as an addendum to the rezone language, but it's actually the site permit to the site plan language, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, all righty. So we're going to do zoning permit. All right. We're going to finish talking among ourselves. Does anybody have any questions that are outstanding and they want to ask Mr. Tessie, who I've valiantly cut off once again? Yeah, I know, because we were there. No questions, no comments. Okay. Mr. Hoyna, do you want to say anything? And I got the pronunciation correct, right?
You did, thank you. I just wanted to say that the intent of the conversation we had there that evening was that I keep them apprised when we've got the details worked out, which we have not even begun to detail at this time.
Yeah.
So we as we get there, I welcome their input, obviously, and we'll have that meeting with everything that they need to get happy.
Okay. Now, what is in the minutes that we haven't referred to yet is that Mr. Bishop says there's brick and there's brick. And that seems to be his primary concern. He is concerned what color brick. However, given the fact that people were also asking about how the lattice work is being screened and all of that, and you said, yes, it's going to be screened. Given all the questions that were asked, I think it's good that your return be, as is indicated in the minutes, to the whole HDC, to the entire group, and get their sign off, particularly since that way the architects can weigh in as well. And you can have an architect to architect. Is your background in historic restoration, or are you?
My actual original background is in art and architecture. So yeah, kind of, but we don't do exclusively historic. We do all sorts of architectural projects.
All right. Okay. Any other comments or questions from the commission on this? All righty. Let's turn to public comment then, and we will see what Mr. Cohen has to say, who's, I'm sure, been having a grand time keeping us company tonight. Okay, Mr. Cohen. Hello.
Hello, can you see me?
We can see you and we can hear you.
Oh, great. Well, I'm here, as you may remember, representing the Greenwich Harborview Association, Inc., which is the condominium association who represents all of the condominium owners and residents at 40 West Elm Street, which is the property immediately adjacent to the parcel that we're looking at tonight. And I'm here really just to add my voice and the voice of the residents at 40 West Elm in support of the applications in accordance with the plans that have been most recently presented and approved by the HCC. This approval, if granted, would represent the end of a very long and sometimes difficult discussion that the residents have had with Mr. Ferrari and his representatives. There's been litigation that this approval, if granted, would resolve because it represents a plan that has been reviewed and approved by the association and its boards who've been keenly interested in this and the resolution of those disputes. So we hope that this application is approved, join together the special permit and site plan approval with the rezoning. Mr. Tessie added a condition by email a week or so ago in an email to staff relating to a limitation on rooftop activities, which limitations are important to the association.
Mr.
But I'm
Cohen,
sure that's in your record.
let me just check this with you while we're talking about it. As I have the limitations on the rooftop activities there, that the applicant has agreed to the following being included. No rooftop lighting except for emergency and egress lighting is required by building code. Any structures or tenement amenities on the roof shall have vegetative screening on its west side to a minimum height of 6 feet. None of the following activities shall be permitted on the roof: amplified sound, TV, or other similar devices or equipment. Any grill located on the rooftop shall be gas or propane fired. Is that as your understanding of what the neighbors had agreed with, Mr.
Yes,
Tessie?
it is.
Okay.
Oh, we
thank you.
agreed to, it's actually the same rooftop conditions that, if you recall in the,
Which we do all the time, but
we,
All the time.
right, across the street on, West, on,
39.
right, that building. So we do.
In any event, that really is the limit of my discussion. I'd be glad to answer any questions, but we're definitely in favor of an approval here.
all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen, and thank you for
Thank you very
keeping
much.
us company for
Thank you.
4 hours. All right. Okay. Do we have any further public comment on this application? No. All right. Okay, based on that, does the commission have any other questions or outstanding concerns? Oh, Mr. Tessie, this might be your lucky night. Well, depends. If you average it out with the previous one, maybe not so much. All right. Okay.
It was a
Does
fine
it-
night.
Does
Thank you.
anybody object? Hang on a sec. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. And we just note that Mr. Lowe is with us and that Mr. Lowe is seated for this application, which these two applications, which are hereby closed, and we will likely decide them later on. And with that, we move on to item 11 because items 9 and 10 have been postponed. Thank you, Mr. Hoyna. I know you didn't get to make much of a contribution, but we appreciate your joining us.
I haven't.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, everybody.
All right, and here comes Mr. Hagney.
Madam Chair, I am recused on this project.
Yes, Mr. McRae is recused and Ms. Jenkins has previously been seated for Mr. McRae and will continue to be seated. All right, Hagney's in. The next application is the Berkeley, that's number 11, the Berkeley Insurance Company for a final coastal site plan and special permit for demolition of 5 existing structures and the construction of a 3-story office building totaling 38,300 square feet across 5 lots to be merged. And these parcels are at 44 to 59 Davenport Avenue and 537 to 545 Steamboat Road in the GB and coastal overlay zones. And with that, Mr. Hagney, if you would proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the Commission. For the record, Tom Hagney on behalf of the applicant. We appeared at your August 5th meeting as part of a final site plan special permit submission that came after the Commission's decision on our preliminary plan. I wasn't planning on making a lengthy presentation, but my goal is to arrive at how we can move forward with this, but I do have a couple of just preliminary remarks. We reviewed Mr. Ziska's memo and attended yesterday's briefing. Needless to say, we do not agree with Attorney Ziska's opinion and believe that under existing law, the Commission does have the ability to approve the plan as submitted. Having said that, and not prejudicing our position on the pending application, we intend to file with the ZBA for variances for those aspects of the plan which are less non-conforming, but not completely conforming to the current regulations. With the current plan, we are conforming as to setbacks, height, and stories. For coverage, for lot coverage and building coverage, we will be more conforming as to existing, but not conforming. For floor area, we will be more conforming, but again, not conforming. For office use, including the industrial space, we will be more conforming, but greater than the 10,000 square feet that's permitted in the GB zone. So for the variances that we would be requesting from the ZBA are lot coverage, building coverage, FAR, and office use beyond 10,000 square feet. There's one other area which Pat and I talked about, which involves the parking, which is more conforming than what exists now, but does not meet the current regulations regarding the number of parking spaces. As part of your preliminary decision, we were asked to have our traffic engineer conduct a parking study. We have a building next door that's almost 100,000 square feet that's fully occupied, so it's the perfect location to have that study done. Peak demand for parking at that building and what we're proposing for this would be 1.34 spaces per 1,000 square feet gross, which would translate to 52 parking spaces. We have a updated parking study that we submitted to staff last week on this. The ITE parking manual would require 76 parking spaces. We're providing 115. In past projects, the commission has accepted this analysis and not required overbuilding of parking. But before I go to the ZBA, I want to make sure that that's the model that the commission would follow here. And if not, I can add parking as another variance that we would be requesting.
That's a choice you're going to have to make, Mr. Hegney. We are not going to give you an indication of how we would vote on something. Just telling you. You know that that's the way to do it.
Telling me what I need to do, which is fine.
I mean, you are going to have to make that decision, but we are not going to predetermine an application at this time.
So my question to you then is, are there any other variances we would need to be requesting from the ZBA?
And again, Mr. Hegney, what I would tell you is that you're the land use attorney. You need to make the call on that. Unless somebody on the commission feels like
I'm not asking you to predetermine. I'm asking you what other issues you see that I need to address that I can take to the ZBA.
Well, I can tell you an issue that I see that has nothing to do with your variances or your nonconformity, and which is this building as proposed and as it looks, I continue not to see as consistent with our goals and for this zone. Now, the POCD doesn't apply to this type of application, but for the goal of connectivity with downtown and with the museum and to fit in with the Delamar, I still feel that this large glass structure is not consistent with our comprehensive plan. And I would love to see, since you're coming back, for you to consider some options. However, if you see fit to convince me that I'm wrong and that this is consistent with our comprehensive plan, I welcome you doing so. But we've not ever gotten to that discussion on this application because we've been hung up on the nonconformities. But the biggest issue in my mind has been, is this really consistent? Is this where we wanted to head? And I was very much hoping, as we had the nonconformity discussion, that your client would consider something more open to the community, a warmer feeling. The glass structure is appropriate for a highly urban environment, which I appreciate their current office building has, but it is not as visible. That's been on my mind the whole time. But again, I want to put that on the table so that you can influence that view when you return, because it's been a concern that you can address. As to the nonconformities, you have the enormous experience and you have discussed it with our town planner and you have reviewed the regulations together. And I expect Mr. LaRoe, that you have conferred with Mr. Hegney on this topic?
I did, Madam Chair, and I think the question that, well, not that we both reached, but that Mr. Hegney is trying to ascertain is if the commission felt that parking was also an expanding item, or if the commission saw that they could exercise their authority under 6158B, which for commercial
So-
projects, you guys.
And so there's the answer. It depends on what he comes back with and whether the commission wants to be more or less flexible depending on how this transpires and how they want to interpret the regulation. I mean, that's my take. That's the commission's decision, and I can't give that away because I'm only one word or one voice. So I would say the commission has to see where this evolves. But I think you've outlined what your plan is. And again, I welcome anybody having a different opinion. Mr. LaRoe.
It's not an opinion per se, but Mr. Hegney, you mentioned the uses again. Could you just go or restate what you were saying you were going to go to the ZBA for?
Yeah, that's very important to us.
Is the office use, as I believe as I see it,
10,000 square feet.
yeah, is a non-conforming use, period, not, not coming into compliance or not, what's the word, being more compliant than the current condition, because none of the properties in question have more than 23,000 square feet of office now. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just mincing words, but.
No, we need a variance of office use greater than 10,000 square feet on the
No,
parcel.
he's clear on that.
And then
along with FAR. So separate and apart from floor area, it's the actual use.
Yep.
Because the GB zone only allows for 10,000 square feet on a parcel.
Right. And again, that also would include the non-conforming, the switch from industrial or former non-commercial use to office.
Again,
but
we're treading on ZBA territory. We have to be very careful here because he's going to go in for a reduction in the nonconformities, and that is going to be between Mr. Hegney and the ZBA. So yes, we're aware that there's the industrial use, and we're aware of what happens to it. But from here on in, I think it's not our call anymore, right?
Well, I think under 6141, you certainly can determine that an industrial use and an office use compared to that industrial use is not more detrimental to the neighborhood. However,
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that.
I'm not planning on relying on the commission to make that determination.
But that's exactly what I was basing it on. By the fact that you're going to the ZBA, it is no longer our call because you're going to the ZBA with us. So that's why I was saying this is not our call. I wasn't giving you an opinion of whether we could or couldn't absent the ZBA. I'm saying since that's your course of action.
That's what I intend to file with the ZBA this week. Yes.
Yeah. And again,
I will add parking to that so that the commission doesn't have to make that determination.
Well, we can make the determination. We're just not going to tell you today how we're going to do it in a month. That would be not good, and you could take us to court for that. And you might.
I understand what you've said.
Okay. Now, again, what we would love is to see more dialogue in what works with the town's comprehensive plan and what kinds of buildings exist in town and what we're trying, our aspirations for the town. We would have loved to have seen your client move forward in that regard towards us. Because, again, we would appreciate it if you could relay that. We would be very grateful.
The ZBA, the GB zone does allow for many uses, probably as many as any other zone in town. It could be a hotel. We have one across the street. It could be a car dealership.
Mr. Hegney, that is not the argument I'm making, and I believe you're quite aware of that. What I'm saying is it is the style. And again, we can't make a decision on that, but we can't rule on that basis. We can't opine on that basis, but I personally would have loved to have seen this more as something that created a greater attraction for Greenwich and enhanced our overall appeal to pedestrians who are walking around. They go to the museum, they walk to the Delamar. I would have loved to have seen a building with more of that consideration of who we are as a community. Not a basis that I can use to make a decision. I'm aware of that, but there you go. I'm just saying we would have loved, I personally would have loved that. And I think there may be one or two other commissioners. I don't know, because we've never talked about it. So your call. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I understand that. Retail would be something that perhaps would attract pedestrians, but I don't really see this.
Tough area for retail. It's the look of the building. It's the all glass steel structure and kind of a, across from a 1920s looking sort of, and the water and the people who walk who are at the waterfront. And it's a very large pedestrian area because there's so many events. Now, if they decide to do the skating rink on Island Beach, we'll have a whole nother argument. You can come for that one. Okay, so I guess we just
have the hotel across the street. We have a 100,000 square foot existing office building.
We know that.
Just to the north, and just to the south, we have a very large office building with General Reinsurance, which is
since the time of those approvals, we changed our regulations precisely because some commission came in and decided that that was not the way the town should be trending, and that would not be consistent with the plan of conservation and development. So those buildings would no longer be possible.
And do two or three wrongs make a right.
Well, and the regulations don't make that possible. We're not going to argue with you, Mr. Hagney. You know what our regulations are today. You know what we're hoping for the town to look like. We'd like it to retain its value and appeal. I'm sure your client does as well.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
And with that, does anybody, did I ask for public comment? Why don't I go ahead and do that? Does anybody have any comment on this application? This again is the Berkeley Insurance Company at 44 through 59 Davenport Avenue and 537, 544, 45 Steamboat Road. Any public comment, please? No public comment. Anything else from the commission? Nothing else from the commission. Does anybody want to give any other guidance to round out me chattering? Okay, so, all right. Okay.
Keep chatting.
Sorry to know how to take that. We did
Sounds like they don't
submit
disagree.
last week to the staff, traffic engineering and sewer material to respond to those department comments. And we'll continue to work with them. Beta already responded positively.
Saw that.
Submitted. So our plan is, if we are successful at the ZBA, we would then come back to you at your September 30th meeting, having resolved those other issues.
Great. So you'll be on their mid-September agenda. Mr. Wells.
24th.
When you come back, because we have asked this before, if you could give detail on the diesel generator you're now putting in the basement. I think before it was going to be up on the roof, but I think in the basement's a better place. Very interested in what EPA tier you're going with. Leading you, we very much like EPA tier 1 final compliant, but would like to hear your engineer come back with what you thought about that.
Certainly, we'll provide that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Okay, then, so we'll continue this application, as they like to say. We'll see you when you return, Mr. Hagney. Are you done with us for tonight?
I am.
Okay. Well, thank you then.
All right. Night.
All righty. And with that, we go to the 2 discussion items we have left.
Mr. Basili, sorry.
Mr. Basili, time to say goodbye to us.
Yes, I know that, and I'll do so. Good night.
So the public hearing is now over, and Mr. Basili, did you have a hard time with Hagney? Every time he started to mumble, I cut him off.
I don't think his connection wasn't up to par. But what are you gonna? That's
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All righty. Our first discussion item. Do we have someone representing the applicant?
Mr. DeAndrea.
Oh, Mr. Tony. You got him?
I think yes, he's rejoining.
Okay. All righty. Oh, wait. Okay, he's there. 33 Mosher LLC for a pre-application review. Is Nick back? I forgot to ask.
I'm back and I'm going to recuse on this as well.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Okay. 33 Mosher LLC for a pre-application review. This is a demolition of existing structure and construction of two-family residence on an undersized lot with access from the shared driveway on the east side of the property on a 6,015 square foot parcel located at 33 Mosher in the R6 zone. Okay, I see an office, but I don't see Mr. DeAndrea. Mr. DeAndrea, can you reverse your camera?
Doesn't seem his mic is working either.
And it's all blurry. Mr. DeAndrea, are you there? Oh, he went away. Okay. He's
Here he comes.
back. Okay, Mr. DeAndrea, let's give it a shot. Unmute. Nope. Okay, can we hear you? Mr. DeAndrea? Mr. DeAndrea, shall we try the next application while you work out the technology? We can't hear him, so maybe we should, huh?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
we can leave him on and let him sort it out, and then go.
Yeah, and then when he gives us a thumbs up that he's reversed his camera and he's got his mic on, we'll, okay,
Yeah.
so our next discussion item is Third Sector New England TSNE, and that's Ally, so let me just get her in. All right, Third Sector New England TSNE for a pre-app review pursuant to, I'm sorry, we don't need to know all that, for a proposed food share operation overseen and managed by the Food Shed Network with pickup at the North Greenwich Congregational Church lower parking lot on a 5.36 acre parcel located at 606 Riversville Road in the RA4 zone. Hello, Ms. Jorsey.
Hi, everyone. And Tony is an old family friend, so if he needs to pop back in, no problem.
Actually, he seems to be kind of totally gone. I don't know what he's doing, but that's okay. We can always accommodate him. Okay, so when Tony, try talking. Ms. Jorsey hasn't started yet. If we can hear you, we'll just keep both of you in. Try talking. Say boo. Okay, that's not going well. So, Ms. Jorsey, why don't you go ahead and hopefully, Mr. DeAndrea, you just have to figure out how to turn on your mic. Or I don't know, get someone to buy you a new computer. Go ahead, Ms. Jorsey.
Okay. So first, I just want to say thank you. And no, it's been a very long day for you all. And I really appreciate your time. And the P&Z team has been really supportive and helpful during this process. So thank you again. I'm Ally Giorsi. I'm the executive director of the Food Shed Network. Third Sector New England is Food Shed's fiscal sponsor. And so they are officially representing or applying for this application. However, it's on Food Shed's behalf. My legal support can't be here because it's after her work hours and there's certain protocol and she wasn't able to attend, but is certainly available should any of you have questions for third sector directly. I'm not sure what the best way to go about this is, except to say that I did listen in yesterday to your discussion, and I have responses to all of the concerns. I don't know if that's the best way to approach this.
I think it's a great way. Just shoot
yeah.
right out. Just
Yeah,
shoot right out with
okay.
responses to the concerns.
Great. Okay, yeah, because this is, pretty straightforward. And I also have a photo of the parking lot that I think might also be helpful. So the first is, this is a fully nonprofit endeavor in that Foodshed Network is a nonprofit. This initiative, yes, does, help advance our mission by providing a very, small revenue stream, but it helps the program sustain. All stakeholders involved are nonprofits. My fiscal sponsor is a nonprofit, the Connecticut Northwest Food Hub, and of course, North Congregational Church. So, this initiative is a win for everyone, including some of the neighbors that have expressed interest in the program, and it's by no means a for-profit. We can't have that. In regard to it, it was referred to as an operation. I think that's a little bit of an overstatement. We are not running an operation on John Street in Backcountry Greenwich by any means. This is a low impact, low key, small initiative that really serves all of the community. Anyone who's interested in local food can subscribe for a box. It's a pickup and drop off, sign up, pre-purchase only. And all of that happens online. So the boxes will be pre-assembled, as I noted, at the Food Hub in Warren, Litchfield County, dropped off in a refrigerated van. That transaction takes all of 10 minutes, as much as it is to get the boxes off the truck and on to, a 16-foot table. That van leaves. I sit there for 3 hours while people trickle in, pick up a box. So that's the second item. The third is about it expanding to every day and what happens if it happens more frequently. As I noted, I'm the executive director and sole employee of this organization. I run 3 other programs. The CSA is just one of them. I have no intention of expanding to make this an everyday endeavor. That's beyond my mental and physical bandwidth. So that I don't see. As I said, it's in my best interest to keep this simple and as low key as possible. And again, will be noted once a week during the allotted time. We also don't foresee people just showing up expecting a box. There won't be a box for them. This is again all subscribed. As far as the concern about building up a queue, this is maybe where the photos can come in. I could not imagine that. I mean, I would be lucky if we get 25 subscribers, maybe we'll grow a little bit. And I fully, respect your concern of this, becoming, 100 subscribers a week. But, I don't see it going in that direction, but, I would see that being a problem and would be, more than happy to negotiate a limit with you. Oh yeah, there's the photos. That's the spot right there to the right of the building. That's where I'll have my 2 8-foot tables and a pop-up tent, depending, weather pending, and a chair. And then people will come in and sure, if they want to park and come over and chat with me for a minute, that's great. Or I can just hand them the box and off they'll go. So I don't foresee, a queue establishing in the lot. That would give me agita and be stressful. And then unclaimed boxes. So first of all, I really appreciate the concern of waste. That's amazing. And as I noted, that any unclaimed box will go to neighbor. I'll drop it off myself. I live in Putnam Park. I've I'd be happy to drop it off. If it's after hours, it can go to Food Rescue. I collaborate with Food Rescue and work closely with Karen Sajazi. We can do a pickup, you know, and at the very least, they take it home. I helped Julie Deschamps start the food waste recycling program. I'm a founding member of the Greenwich Sustainability Committee. I promise you, I will not be dumping food boxes in backcountry Greenwich, and they will not go to waste. So that I can guarantee. As far as a scale detail plan, I'm not sure what that is. I'm happy to provide it. Again, this is 2 8-foot tables, potentially a pop-up tent once in a while, weather and sun pending, and a chair. But I'm happy to get you whatever you need. And I hope that answers most of your
Patrick has
questions.
his hand up, so Patrick first.
Yeah, Ms. Gorsi, what the waste or the unused boxes, that would just be people who did not make it that day to pick up the fresh produce?
Which I guess happens. That's beyond me, but I guess people just don't make it. In which case they might just say, oh, you know, take it to neighbor or give it to someone or.
But I guess the other way of saying it is your program is not subscriber based, but it's appointment pickup. So there's
Okay. It's that's a good distinction. So yes, it's subscribers. So people have to go online and order either a weekly box and say, I want to pick up a box this week, or they can do a 3-month subscription, in which case they'll get a box a week. And the idea is for them to come and pick it up on the allocated day, for example, on a Thursday from 11 till 2. You know, that's kind of the day we're kind of throwing around, or the time we're throwing around, because it's, you know, after the school rush and before the pickup school rush. So it's sort of in that window where there's not a lot of traffic for people to get there. So that's the only time it'll be available, is, for example, on a Thursday from 11 till 2. If that's 3, yeah, that's I think a 3-hour window, right? 11 to 12 till 2, yeah, 3 hours.
Anybody else? Yeah, I don't think we have much guidance to give you. There were just the concerns that that we not do anything that would be disrespectful of neighbors. Those pictures you sent and you just showed it looked terrific. Wide empty parking lot. And I think the only, based on the questions that were raised originally, is that we would restrict.
Yeah.
We would just restrict any future growth that you come back to us if you were going to expand by X, and maybe you give us, when you come in, you give us some sort of X that that you think would be like, where just if it got intrusive on the neighborhood. But other than that, I think, in fact, it's not zoning, but it seemed like the commission was supportive of the concept. And now let's see where the zoning comes out. Can't see, nobody's raising any issues. I'm repeating myself. Sorry. So I guess we just thank you for sticking it out with us for 4.5 hours, and we see you when you come back.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jersey.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Mr. DeAndrea. Oh, wait, he's got a different computer. He's got another computer. He's in the meeting in one, and he's got his hand up in the other. So let's see how that goes. All right. We may get an echo. Okay. If you would unmute, even if we can't see you, which we can't right now, maybe we could hear you. Okay, you're muted on this one. There you go. Now try saying something. Since Mr. DeAndrea is technically here, could we just give him feedback that he can't respond to, or do we have to wait till he's actually here, speaking for himself?
I mean, I guess as long as it's not any questions, it's just statements.
So we read the application out already, but we're discussing 33 Mosher LLC. Wait a second. Mr. DeAndrea, would you let us know if you can hear us? You know how to let me know. He can, your hand is up, so that means you can hear us, right?
I think so.
Okay, so Mr. DeAndrea, and if you didn't hear us, Patrick will, recognizing that it's an undersized lot and that we have all the usual concerns that we raised at the briefing yesterday, parking in the front yard, maneuverability of vehicles, meeting the parking requirements, screening requirements, et cetera. As we reviewed your application, it seemed like you have relatively good logistics. Patrick, could you throw up the plan that shows the cars and where they go and everything? And hopefully Tony is able to see all that. This is kind of, I don't know if this is legal, but since it's only a discussion item, we could.
Sorry, I had Ally's thing up still. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. Hey, we're not doing anything tonight. Doesn't it seem like we've been here for 10 hours? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, keep going. And get to that one, because it was on the landscaping plan that we were best able to see. Okay, so zoom in on the floor plan itself. So looking at this, So looking at this, what we saw was ample screening. Patrick commented that the patios violate the setbacks and you would have to get rid of the patios. But that you do have ample screening here and that you've got the 4 parking spaces and they look like they're maneuverable and the front yard is well screened from the street. So at this point, unless someone in the commission wants to say something else, you should be okay, except for those patios. There you go. And so with that, Tony, we will see you when you've got your application to come in. Okay? This is very strange. It's like talking to yourself in the mirror. All right. Okay. So we'll see you when we see you, Mr. DeAndrea, but we really don't have any feedback for you at this point because it looks like you've well addressed most of the concerns the commission would raise with a property like this. Mary, anybody else want to add something?
Yeah, I have in my notes that we'd have to waive required parking because there's four spaces we need.
It's how we round it.
Okay.
Was what Patrick said. We could round up or down. Isn't that what you said, Patrick?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Assuming that Mr. DeAndrea's or the plans here are 3 bedrooms. If they're 2 bedrooms, then we don't have to worry about it.
Okay, great.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. DeAndrea, if you could do 2 bedrooms, that would be better, and then we'd be all set to go. I think the big question is your setback with the patios, and maybe you can find a way of doing something. You could have a patio that isn't paved. Maybe people can just go outside, like we
Right.
did in the old days.
And it's
All
only
right.
the yard patio that's the issue as I see it right now.
Okay, Patrick only sees one patio as being an issue. And with that, Mr.
We could
DeAndrea,
ask, excuse me, we could ask Mr. DeAndrea that if he understood and heard all of this, he could put his hand up again.
put your
an
hand up again, Mr.
acknowledgement.
DeAndrea. Acknowledge us. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Mr. DeAndrea? Can you put your hand up again? No. Okay, well, we tried. Mr. DeAndrea, can you put your hand up? All right, well, can you text?
He can always listen to the recording.
He could always listen to the recording. Okay, send him to listen to the recording. And with that, Mr. DeAndrea, it's been a pleasure, even though we didn't see you. All right. Okay. That was surreal. Okay, I hereby move approval of the July 1st, 2025 minutes. Nick, you want to come back?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski was absent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I hereby move approval of the July 22nd, 2025 minutes.
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And with that, All righty. Amendment. As to the application of 240 GA LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone property at 240 Greenwich Avenue from the CGB and CGBR zones to the CGBR HO zone and relocate the property's rear building line for a 1.32 acre property located at 240 Greenwich Avenue in the CGB, CGBR, and CGIO zones. Whereas the applicant proposes the following three map changes: to rezone 40,467 square feet from CGB to CGBR, to rezone the entire 57,575 square foot CGBR to HO, to CGBR HO, and to relocate the rear building line consistent with those. Whereas the proposal was referred to the Historic District Commission for comment as provided in section 6109 of our regulations, and HDC last reviewed the application at its July 9th, 2025 meeting and provided a letter dated July 10th, 2025, stating its unanimous vote in support of the proposed design concept. Whereas the subject property is part of a final site plan special permit application, PLPZ, I'm sorry, I don't need that, to construct an additional 2,500 square foot of office space on the site, as well as a residential building to the west, and with 3 residential floors, 12 units, each with 4 bedrooms and a roof deck above 2 levels of parking. Whereas the ZEO advised on 8/28, he had no comment on the application. Whereas on 2/19 and 9/3/2025, Westcog advised that in its opinion, the proposal is of local interest and with minimal intermunicipal impact, and therefore was not forwarding it to adjacent municipalities. Whereas the commission finds that this application is consistent with the guiding principles of the 2019 POCD, specifically principles 1 and 2, to maintain community character and create housing opportunities for the future. Therefore, be it resolved, this application as herein described is approved with the following conditions: a Mylar to be filed with the signature box for the chair, etc. The language of restrictions to be revised pursuant to the discussion with the commission and subject to eventual staff department sign off to read as follows. The 4th whereas clause of the Declaration of Easement and Preservation Restrictions shall expressly provide that all building facades, the roof and dome structure, and all existing exterior architectural features, including but not limited to materials, decorative elements, and the clock on the Greenwich Avenue facade of both the historic building and its office building addition, all is shown on certain plans approved by the commission and the Historic District Commission, shall be forever maintained, preserved, and protected. And that the grantor grant this perpetual declaration of easement and preservation restrictions pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 47-42A through 42C, and that the same be filed on the land records of the town of Greenwich, and any other outstanding staff and departmental comments. Do I have a second? Any second? Mr. Wells has seconded.
Yeah.
Everybody was regular on this one, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Wells is second, and Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Nay.
That's interesting. Do you want to give us a reason on the record?
Are you
Yeah,
gonna
I-
vote?
Yeah. I don't believe that actually the change from CGBR all the way back through the property is warranted. It makes the CGBR incentives with the rear front rear building line now egregious to this one site. And that's the basis of it. The HO is fine with me. It's actually the zone change from CGBR to CGB to CGBR.
Okay. Thank you. Albin votes aye, and with that, the motion passes 4 yes and 1 nay. if it's, I'm just curious about something. Is Nick able to vote yes on the site plan if he's voted no? Okay, so he can make his own decision when he gets there. Okay, so we now go to the site plan and special permit. 240, in regard to 240 Greenwich Avenue, GA LLC, for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new residential building, 37,259 square feet in size with 12 units, 48 bedrooms, and 2 levels of parking below, holding 49 total spaces and 2,500 square foot of third floor office space in the existing bank and office building, as well as site work on a 1.32 acre property located at 240 Greenwich Avenue in the CGBR, HO, and CGIO zones. Whereas the site has non-conforming use group 2C that is proposed to enlarge by 2,500 square feet. Whereas the proposal exceeds the 40,000 cubic foot volume threshold for business zones. Whereas FAR will increase from 0.62 to 1.31. Building coverage will rise to 50.9% versus the current 28.9%. Proposed lot coverage will be 77.3% versus 58.3% at present. Whereas the bank building fronting on Greenwich Avenue is a contributing structure for the Greenwich Avenue National Register Historic Designation. Whereas the commission has approved a rezoning of this property to the Historic Overlay Designation. Whereas the associated relocation of the rear building line allows parking and loading requirements of Division 15 to not be applied in the CGBR for use groups 1 and 3 per section 6103 of the BZR. Whereas section 6109 of the Historic Overlay Regulation states that the commission may authorize any use presently permitted in any of the business zones for the entire structure. Whereas conservation issued comments dated 8/27/25, noting that the Horseneck Brook is as an impaired watershed, additional measures such as a rain garden, bioswales, biofiltration systems should all be considered to address thermal and chemical pollutants from parking runoff. Whereas conservation has also stressed the importance of stabilizing all disturbed soils and that groundwater was observed at 14 to 15.5 feet. Dewatering during construction could mobilize sediments or contaminants into storm drains or adjacent properties. Pumped water must be filtered and discharged in a controlled manner per state and local standards. The importance of a maintenance plan must be provided to ensure long-term function of the porous pavement system. Whereas conservation further recommends EV charging infrastructure for at least 10% of the proposed parking spaces and micromobility options such as bicycle racks, etc. Sorry, this is one of the long ones. Whereas the fire department issued comments dated 8/27/25 that request the raised landscape island be moved to allow a 22-foot wide entrance driveway to match the exit side and access to the rear of the building during construction. Whereas IWWA issued a green sheet dated 12/30/24. Whereas the sewer division issued comments dated 8/25/25 and noted receipt of the acknowledgement letter. Whereas DPW traffic commented on 8/22 requesting the applicant resubmit prior to zoning or building permit approval. Whereas DPW engineering issued comments dated 8/29/25 requesting the applicant resubmit prior to building and zoning approval. Whereas Beta Traffic noted on 8/25 that all of its comments for this project have been addressed. Whereas the ZEO advised on 8/28 that he has no issue with this application. Whereas the applicant agreed via email to P&Z staff on 8/25/25 to the following being included in the commission's decision of approval. No rooftop lighting except for emergency and egress lighting is required by building code. Any structures or tenant amenities on the roof shall have vegetative screening on its west side to a minimum height of 6 feet. None of the following activities shall be permitted on the roof: amplified sound, TV, or other similar devices or equipment. Any grill located on the rooftop shall be gas or propane fired. Whereas the commission finds the proposed parking is sufficient to meet the incremental demand associated with the new structure. Whereas the commission notes the HDC has endorsed the conceptual design for the residential building. Whereas the HDC minutes for July 9th reflect the following, that only a limited number of elevation perspectives were shown, that there were comments about screening the lattice, and the chair expressed an interest in seeing the actual brick being utilized and that a sample was not available at the HDC meeting. Chairman Bishop made a motion to accept the concept as presented that evening upon the condition that when it gets to, quote, that stage, the applicant returns with a mock-up and samples of the materials. Therefore, be it resolved, this application is hereby approved with the following conditions. Applicant to return to HDC for review of mock-up and samples of the facade materials prior to zoning permit. Conservation, fire, and all other outstanding staff comments to be addressed. Parking to include EV chargers. Rooftop uses to be limited as agreed. Anything else? Second? Don't feel
Second.
obliged. Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Yeski. Or do you
Aye.
guys want to discuss it? If you want to discuss it, I
Hmm.
wasn't expecting concerns on the rezone, so. Mr. Yeski is aye. Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Nay.
Mr. McRae is a nay. Mr. McRae, do you want to comment on your nay vote?
I did not endorse the rezone.
In fact, you are able, but what Patrick said is if you agreed with the site plan, you could still vote in favor of it despite having voted against the rezone.
So I voted against the rezone. In my interpretation of this, the rezone is required for the project to go through. So thus I voted nay for the project because I voted already to deny the rezone.
Okay, and what Patrick said is you can vote.
I heard that.
Okay, as long as we're clear. Okay, I kept repeating myself. All right, and Albin is an aye, and with that, the motion passes with 4 ayes and 1 nay from Mr. McRae.